door so somebody else could dock into it. Alright. Here we go, put my load locks in. Pickups are FCF. Was there this weekend. Alright, let's get this moved back over so you guys can watch. About a 12:30 ETA. This shipper took a little bit long. And I checked in 4 hours ago and just barely now even though because the truck that docked into door 10 after me, he was gone within an hour, but he didn't have that much. This is a two-way stop here. sign right next to railroad tracks, but they say don't stop on the tracks. Okay. Looks like there's enough room on the other side of the tracks for me to get by. Just barely. Come on, put me in the gear. With how long that took though, because it puts me at high risk of not being able to make it back to the house by the end of the shift. It's there's a pretty good chance I'll have to end my shift somewhere on Highway 58 instead. And if they can get me loaded let's just say less than an hour, so at least a chance, but even then I think I'd still bet on having a difficult time making it. Attention on what exit I need to get off at, but I know it's in Kingsburg. I know the exit, I mean, it's basically Highway 201. Alright, morning James, Don, Clueless. Whoever else I might miss.
Message to the 48. Important received today at 11:22 a.m. on showing 0829 1200 Allen. Message 148. Important received today at 11:22 a.m. 104 Allen.
Damn impatient truckers. Doing 60 and there's a trucker on my ass wanting to get around. But he's also trying to be nice to the four-wheelers that are already over there and not getting their way. Like I said, I'm doing 60. It's not like I'm going right on there, going too slow. Early mark, next exit. It'll take me at least a good 4 hours to get from the second shipper to my house. And I'm still going to want to scale the load too. I mean, I've already taken on just under 30,000 pounds just at this shipper alone, and by the time I'm done loading, it'll probably be over 40,000. If I have to stop in Boron or Tehachapi or something, it's so be it. Although I guess in a technical manner too, I could always I could get to the Boron area and PC back to my house if, since it really would legitimately be for personal reason. legally written on purpose, so the driver and the carrier can determine what they determine to be, what they deem to be safe and reasonable. Or safe, legal, and reasonable, whatever. Now, is it reasonable for me to have to do a 10-hour break 30 miles away, 35, 40 miles away from my house when I can PC there and it's not even along the route? Not really. Any reasonable person who ends their shift about 40-minute drive from their house would be more apt to want to commute, per se, back to their house and sleep in their own bed. So I can say that's not a reasonable. Moron could be considered a not a reasonable place to park if I really wanted to put it that way. They'd have to schedule it for the second pickup, and then the dispatchers today are saying that it's a first come first served shipper. Figure that one out. A little over a 30-mile trip now from here to Highway 198. I could take 198 and then get on the eastbound side, the very first section, and work up that way, but I plan to take a different way up. I'm going to go through Kingsburg, take 201 over, basically take Academy Road up to, what's that street name? It starts with an M. I forget the street name, but I know it starts with an M. I'm familiar with it. I'll go up to that street and make a right. That'll take me right over to Reedley. And right where the road curves to the right, and turn left to stay on Maddox or whatever the hell that street's called. Tesla Trucking. Even though it's not a Tesla truck driving it. I always laugh when I see that. Not my first time seeing that company. Hey Jim, how you doing? Stream. Shit. Sarcasm is in that comment. Said that you did not beat James here. He was the first one on here. Loser. Limit. Population 3,300. On Avenue 96. Not too far, about 15 miles now to Tulare. so it's 71. Okay, so my next shipper, the customer name is Sun Pacific. It's up on the, just north of downtown Reedley. The first time I've been to that one as well. This AC definitely works well right now, I'll tell you that. Yeah, me a brand new truck, one system at a time. Without having to give up my manual transmission. Avenue 120. Hey there. My first shipper detained me long enough where I'm not sure I can make it back to the house by the end of my shift. I'm gonna try. Well, it depends on how long I end up staying at the second shipper, though. If you're going from Barstow to Vegas, what would this trip cost in gas, is what you're saying? Well, you first need to know how many miles you need to cover, which is about 150. You also need to know what kind of fuel miles per gallon you're getting on the vehicle that you'll be taking there. So if you get a vehicle with 30 miles, that gets about 30 miles per gallon, like, well, ours does, because you drive it the way you do. You would need about 5 gallons worth of gas. And you'd need to find out what the approximate cost of gas is to get up there, or is this round trip or one way? 5 gallons. And another 15 to get back if you do a round trip. That's too easy. What better place to go to than ask a trucker a question like that? Especially one who's not just a company driver and actually has to know, have a good idea what kind of actual fuel economy my truck gets, and I pay for my own fuel. Okay, one way, yeah, I'd say about $15. That I mentioned. How many miles, what the distance to cover is, and what the fuel economy is, and then what the approximate price of gas is as well. go with the average price of gas or whatever else. Well, California, you can't get average price. In between Bakersfield and Visalia. Heading northbound on Highway 99. Spin to you, and then you pull away. I speed back up. Now you're slowing down. Jackass. Martin Crane Company. I've done about 15 miles, so should be about, yeah, shoulder on. Drive to you guys saw that, I assume. I mean, seriously, you guys see that Tesla truck up ahead of me? Or that Tesla trucking truck? It's not a Tesla driving it. I'm just saying, that's the name of the company. He was more in the right shoulder than he was in his own lane. Rest area. California rest areas are usually synonymous with we're entering a new county, but that's not the case here. We're 22 miles into Tulare County and won't be out of Tulare County until we're up a little bit further. We'll already be past Tulare by the time we get into, what is it, it's not Madera County, is it? Or no, Madera's on the north side of Fresno County. It might be Fresno County next. I want to say there's another one in between though. International Agri Center, next two exits. speed limit have anything to do with it? As far as what it costs, only in the facts of, in the sense of what kind of fuel economy you get. The only thing the speed limit would do would affect how fast or how short, how much time it takes for you to cover that distance. The speed limit are in a limit. They say when you drive 90 miles an hour, you get barely 30 miles a gallon in our car, and I kick back at 70 and get 35 plus miles per gallon, and yeah, that can make a difference. Jackass! Avenue 200. Exit 83 and getting into the south end of the Tulare city limit now. Population 60,000. Got the airfield here with the F4, what's the Mefford field. Couple of old warbirds. F4 Phantom, also known as the Flying Rock. I gotta read up on the history of that facility. I don't know anything about Mefford Field. I never heard of anybody in the Air Force that I knew of actually being stationed there, if that even was a military airfield. But in fact, there's an F4 and it's that bomber, I forget what it was, on display there. It suggests to me that it used to be a military airfield. But all my years serving in the Air Force, I don't know anybody who ever said that I ever can recall ever having been stationed there. I know quite a few people who served well before all those backgrounds hit. You hate the F4? What? I think it's a badass airplane, but it's it's definitely a dinosaur in terms of I guess design quality or something. Like I remember when I was stationed at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, I watched the last unit of F4s come into the boneyard there while I was out there on the line working. And eventually I ended up meeting a guy who got stationed there on the ends. Came unit base over in Las Vegas, and I knew other people who also worked on F4s, and then later on it ended up on A10s, and it's just funny how massively different they were to work on. This guy told me that when he worked on F4s, he would pretty much spend the entire day on his aircraft, always doing work on it, whatever, and it's a pain in the butt to work on. Then when he got to the A10, he said it was so freaking easy to work on. He'd work his jet, launch it or whatever, and then he'd go help someone else with their jet, and then go help someone else with theirs. Come back and catch his aircraft, whatever. Now, fighter jets don't usually fly more than maybe an hour, hour and a half at a time before they come back in. So, but he said over the course of a typical day, yeah, he'd work on like at least 3 different airplanes when he was in the A-10 unit there, one of the A-10 squadrons there at DM. But yeah, when he was at Nellis, it was more common he'd just spend the entire day on his own aircraft. Dump and burn aardvark, yeah, the F-111. Those things are freaking loud as hell. I watched the last unit of F-111s come into DM as well to the boneyard. Yeah, I remember I always hear these sound effects on movies. You know, kind of whatever sound. But I never heard a real airplane that actually made that sound. It always made me wonder, what the hell sound effect are people using, or movie makers using when they make that sound effect? And then I see F-111 burning holes in the sky around our base. And guess what I heard? That same sound. I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is then. It's the sound of an F-111. Get up to speed because I can't move over. There we go. I don't know what their cause is, but okay. Probably Trump 2020 supporters for all I know, but I honestly don't know. I couldn't see what their banners and flags and shit all said. Should have just honking if they were facing at me and flip them off or something, just for the fun of it. Alright, just about 10 miles. Now, those F-111s can haul some ass, too. Who's that? 38, 39, 45, something like that. I think it was 38, 45. Freightliner, I know for sure. YouTube video on the Air Force. I've recommissioned a B-52 that was laid up for 10 years now. Years, that's a long time to spend as a can bird. Air Force talk is what we an aircraft that sits basically in order parts. You just order parts for the can bird, and now I need to keep the other airplanes in the fleet flying. You're going to say that that particular B-52 was probably in the boneyard for that long. Probably in flyable storage, and then they probably decided to bring it back into service for whatever reason. Probably a heavy aircraft pilot's least favorite airplane to fly. Definitely has no creature comforts in it. Oh, I was replacing the one that was written off. Okay, that makes sense. too, because it's a nuclear capable bomber. You also have the START treaty to consider with that kind of stuff. START treaty involves the production of strategic nuclear weapons. It's basically a treaty that the U.S. and Russia, or the Soviet Union back in the day, did kind of a stalemate agreement. Hey, we won't build anymore if you don't, and we'll decommission so much of our nuclear fleet if you decommission so much of yours. Okay, when I do the speed limit in California, I can get about 35 miles per gallon. But what we actually get an average in our car, every time I go in and get in it and see how you drive, it's 30. Or just about 30. To be more specific, about 29.6, 29.7, usually what I see on the dashboard when I get in the car. Yeah, when I was using that car to commute from the base back to the house, at that one point in time when you would take the Armada and I would take the car, 35, 36 miles per gallon was not unusual. It was pretty common, actually. You drive slow compared to a speeding CHP unit on its way to a hot call. Like hell you drive slow. Miss Leadfoot. Coming up. They got a faster truck coming up on me as well. Let's see who moves first. And I'll signal that I want over, so now you can wait. Thank you, Durango, for moving over for me. Oops. Let me speed up and get out of your way. Four-wheelers can continue to pass by. You drive slow compared to a NASCAR driver. I got Visalia Airport right here to directly to the right of me. Staying there or not? I got a dump truck getting ready to pass me, or trash truck, whatever you want to call them. And I assumed that lane was ending. Now he's going to pass me on the right, even though I would have moved over for him and he stayed where he was at. miles an hour on the interstate in my neck of the woods, and you're gonna be having a lot of people flipping you off and cussing you out if you're not in the right lane. I've had numerous times where I'd be doing like 95 or so, 90, 95 on in between Victorville and Barstow, or even between the top of the Cajon Pass and Victorville, and still have people going past me. More than multiple people passing me. Kingsburg, 14 miles out. That's where I'll be getting off the freeway to work my way up and over. Yeah, I don't want to camp out in this lane. Let's pick up the pace a little bit. I don't want to camp out next to other trucks either. Then I'm one steer tire blowout away from getting taken out. Trucking. Didn't I just see that guy? I swear I've seen that truck before. I don't know if he was over there in Delano as well or what. Based on the way the tree looks and the type of leaves and all that, since you guys called those trees over at the first shipper willow trees. How you doing? Tex-Mex Wild Jack's Barbecue. Is that the one that's put next to that lake? Wondering if 201 exit, and then on my way to my second pickup in Reedley. Bravo Farms. Cheese. We make our own. Why not stop? Good Ditch Cheese Factory. 2 miles. Up. Family fun. Tree house. Petting zoo. Shooting gallery, river mining. Local olives and honey. And I think you guys need a few more billboards. It's like being on I-40 in New Mexico and having like 20 billboards in a small area for freaking Flying Sea Ranch. Swollen finger, painful. What's going on there? Hey, Traver, this is another way I was thinking about going up there. But decided I'd just go ahead and take the 201 exit instead. There's a scale right there, too. Antique cell. Merritt Drive. Kingsburg, 6 miles away. Fresno, 26. came back to Cali, I had to take an alternate route to home because they had I think it was Imperial Highway right there by where I had my car parked, closed off because they were filming part of that movie there. I think I ended up having to go down, what's that, to the 91 freeway or something, kind of, because I couldn't turn the direction on the Imperial Highway that I wanted to go because that movie was filming. Highway 201. I do see a highway number sign up ahead, so that's probably it. Yeah, that should be it. That's the right one because it goes to Sanger. So that's the last time I used that road was when I took it up straight up into Sanger. So I had to make that really pain in the ass right turn that one day. That I posted about. Fresno County line. Gave an ETA of about 12:30. Should be about 15 minutes out from here, somewhere in the ballpark. And my exit's coming up right here, Highway 201. It'll be a right turn, and then pretty much right after that on the left, go up Academy Road. Yes, he's going to turn up Academy. Bet you he'll go in the left lane right away. Oh, maybe not. All right. He's not going the same way that I am then. I think this is the one I want right here. I don't see a street name here, but I want to say this is the right one. Or is it the next one? Ah, shit. Can't remember is this street or the next one that I wanted. Meister. Oh, it might be the other one. this is Mountain View. Okay, so I'm gonna hit a right here. 12 miles. See, going this direction. Come on, in my gear. Alright. Let's see who's got the green light. Figured it out right after I already started moving. Academy, I think it'll be further up. This road here is probably the one that goes down to that Sunlight Raisin plant. Guardian Industries. Pooper face. Yep, that is the road that goes down to the Sunlight Raisin plant. Come on, car, you're allowed to do 65. You don't have to be a pain in my ass. Academy, I don't know. But let's say there. Actually, that's Academy. Okay, that's the street I want. Take Academy up to Manning, and then I'll take Manning across. Alright, let's not do more truck detours up to Sanger this time. Why are we going so slow, pickup? Pretty sure we're not in a 45 zone. That explains a lot. You're getting off the road. There's a hot the street I had to turn on last time I came through here because the construction that forced me to go that way. Yeah, I've had enough of breakdowns. The more I have breakdowns, the more I'm worried that they're going to tell me to bring my truck back to the yard and switch it for a new truck. I'm like, no. The day I turn my truck in is the day I leave the company. Unless you guys are willing to give me a manual transmission, it's just not going to happen. Especially if it has that damn cruise, that adaptive cruise and blizzard avoidance garbage on it. You got no business being in a truck at all if you need that system to do its job for you. I don't know how much I'm picking up on my next shipper. So far, pounds. Alright, Huntsman. Imagine it'll probably be about another 10,000 or so getting put in. Somewhere in the ballpark. Shall see though. Alright, I see a traffic light up. Sounds very familiar. I'm kind of wondering if that's the same street that I used to cut back over to Academy Road last time I was here. The truck that's tailgating you. Like they're just asking for a rear end collision to happen. There are too many stupid people who will tailgate and have no idea that a truck will do that. Just got I think this does say Manning Avenue. Yep, it sure does. Okay, so it'll be a right turn here. Millions of peaches for free. Alright, the other light just turned red, so these guys are hitting a green arrow. So it pays to pay attention to who has what light. Never assume that the traffic on your left has the green light. Doesn't necessarily mean they do. That's the problem with a lot of people in right on red situations. Many other Industrial Park, Progress Drive. pretty new as well. Just north of downtown Reedley. Rio Vista. Okay, here's that left curve up ahead. So I probably need to be in the left lane, and I'm going to probably have a left turn to stay on Manning here. Yep, here's Reedley coming up. Reedley town limit right here. So, yeah, right after this curve, or right after I get into this curve, I should see, yeah, this truck's also turning there, looks like, or about wanting to. Yeah, his first light here is possibly going to be Manning. So I got two left turn lanes. Yep, it is Manning. Manning Avenue, Reedley College, Orange Cove 10. This guy's a reefer truck, I think, so he's probably going to the same place I am. Washington, Apples, yeah. Yeah, that's another pretty good clue that he's probably going to go to the same place that I am.
You have 5 hours and 31 minutes of remaining drive time.
Alright, well, you got 5 seconds to shut up. And he's a reefer truck. Okay, I mean, like a few little streets right here on the right side. I know when I was looking at the map earlier, and then right after that should be where Sun Pacific is. When he's got his turn signal on, but when he's got his brakes on, it doesn't. Alright. Come on. Damn it. I want into a semi-rival call. I don't need you to hold me up. Stop 02, arrive 0829 at 1243. Sun Pacific, Reedley, California. check in there or? Oh, okay, appreciate it. Ciao. Apparently there's a phone booth thing I can use over here on the other side of these trucks to check in. Might need that because a lot of times these produce shippers want license plate info. How'd it get on mute? I didn't mute you guys. Went to switch the camera and I noticed it was muted. Alright, we need to make a phone call to check you in apparently. Hello, this is Scott with JCT. I'm calling to check in. Correct. Yeah, I'm calling to check in for a pickup. Yes, I also filled out one of the driver check-in sheets. Okay. Thanks. Bye. I guess they said they'll send somebody out here in a minute or something. I think that's what she said. Okay, so hang out here and wait. I don't know if I'm thirsty. I haven't had to stop because I need to hurry up. I had to hurry up and get to my customer, and then I got to double check what I have. I think I might have food and stuff in there. It on a couple of his videos. Over there by the booth, but I don't know if he's a driver or someone working here, but he got there a little too quickly after I called, so I don't think that wouldn't think that he's there related to what I'm doing, but he's standing there in front of the booth for a while though now. Been on computer all day, been laying down and resting, was not feeling good. Yeah, I've not really touched the computer for more than like a few seconds earlier this morning or earlier today, and right around the time I started, it was starting to get on it. It was the time when the first shipper called and said the bills are ready. I guess he's waiting on the Indian guy, because there was an Indian guy come up to he was kind of confused as well. The Indian guy just came out and the guy just walked in. Heart rate was racing like crazy yesterday afternoon. I did eat some candy and water to slow down. Why would your heart be racing? the other guy who just parked and walked up has been here before, because he walked over to the other side of the booth on the outside like he knows how it works. Indian guy, when he comes back, he's parked right over here on the other side of me. Let me double check. Alright, so it turns out that guy actually works here. But yeah, when the Indian guy was getting ready to walk by my truck, I came up and asked him, hey, does that guy work here? Is he a driver? Oh, he works here. Oh, okay. We're back over there. Like, I've never been here before. There's nobody hanging out in the booth. I don't know how things work here. And then I never saw on the other side of the booth, there's like a little video doorbell thing that you have to hit. Also, when... So I was just told by somebody else, just fill out the driver log and then a little paper thing, whatever, with all the information, and then give them a call. All right, so I give them a call, and it wasn't until just now when I went back over there to wait behind the other guy who was checking in, and on the opposite side of the booth, there's a sign there saying ring the video doorbell thing too. Ah, okay. So anyway, I gave him my check-in sheet thing, whatever. He says he thinks my load's ready too, so I'll probably be getting a call pretty soon. Log update pending approval. Update was done, but it didn't look like anything that I didn't already do myself, or make the logs do. Alright, so hang out here, get loaded. Alright, so yeah, total weight 29,445 is what I already have in my trailer. I figured it'd probably be somewhere around 10,000 pounds, in the neighborhood of that or something, what I'll probably end up getting here. Let's see how many. Doesn't show how many pallets I took on over there. A lot of times the BOLs will tell how many pallets were are involved in it, but this one doesn't. It just shows how many cases of grapes or packages, whatever. Plus a recorder. Understanding this correctly, so everything I picked up at the first the first shipper apparently is going to Rosenberg. So then everything I'm picking up here must be going to the Denton location. Yeah, that's not unusual over the chat to be quiet. Yeah, a lot of people lurk or something. I don't know. What are they doing up here? Got some kind of construction, probably building another subdivision over here. See what I'm grading trucks, whatever you want to call it, planers, or I don't know what the hell those things are called. I think they're graders. Down that way when I do finish picking up, I know so we got 1335 and 29,445. Then I can add the weights together when I do my loaded call and know what information to put in. picking up a load of dirt to move around. Yeah, basically, because it scoops up the dirt, I know, down at the bottom, and then scoops it up into that holding thing in the back, but then what do I do with it afterward? Set it aside? I don't know. So whatever he did, he already offloaded the dirt. Now he's going back around to do another. Hello, this is Scott. Door 3. Okay, knock into door 3. I circle around so I can get a nice, easy straight back. I can straighten back kind of, but it's so close to the skill house thing that it's not quite so easy. It's not quite as simple a cut and dry a setup if I were to go way down like that. Do I look like he? Because I watched him get in his driver's seat. shit right at the same moment I was switching to camera view. I got 106 degree temps here. I'm at my second shipper, just docked in. If you just tuned in. Yep, let me send a bump the dock call so they know. Helps with detention issues. Although probably won't be any detention problems. 7, 4, 5. Come on. 29 at 1316. Pacific. Reedley, California. I'm like the Indian guy just got a dock door 2. Free on bucking, is that what it says? He's in a rental trip. Oh, it is a reefer trailer. Oh, almost looked like a dry van trailer when I first looked at it. Got roll-up doors on it too. Alright, I need to fix the chat because it, like I said, it took a dump right when I switched. Okay. Looks like I missed a few comments. I hate new Facebook links. Whatever, it's just kind of all how I see it. No, I mean, because you're so used to the old layout, you'll probably say the same thing once you spend time with the new layout and get used to it, and then next time they change the layout again, you'll probably be saying the same thing all over again. That's pretty commonly what I end up doing myself. Now, it's not going to change with truck driving, though, as far as driving automatic versus manual. But, yeah, with software interfaces, a lot of times, and it's actually part of the thing with my issue with automatics. In my opinion, I don't think the current iteration of it is correct. I think they need to make some upgrades to how the thing is programmed. Like, get rid of the adaptive cruise and tell the truck required. I use third stage generate to control speed, not slow down. Oh, he's trying to slide his tandems, it looks like. Yeah, I'm big into that rail there, jackass. He just went right into the freaking mechanical stop on the front of his slide rail. And yeah, I guess he's happy with it right at the 38.6 or whatever setting he has it at. Because he's already... pretty strong chance I will not make it. Okay, yeah, right at 4 a.m. Pacific time is when I'll just say I went on duty. I'm down to 4:50 left on my clock, and it's going to take me at least a good 4 hours to get back to the house, so it's not looking good. Unless they can get me in and out of here pretty fast, I don't think I'm going to make it. Maybe I'll make it to Boron, I don't know. What kind of help are you going to need with the camera anyway? Dude, you need a haircut. Yeah, state the obvious. I've been wanting a haircut. You need the damn barbers and salons and stuff to open back up. So my oldest is taking a photography class. She needs help. Alright, well, just gotta tell me what kind of help she needs. I can't give non-specific help on a camera that I don't use much, and yeah, I can't give non-specific help on a specific question. 246 miles today. So yeah, I'd be close to 500 miles done by the time I'm done. By the time if I make it back to Victorville, but I don't think I will. Figure out how far it is. It's, well, yeah, it should be, because I'll have to go right past the other customer. So from my location back, it's like 234 miles. Make sure it's got me in the right spot though, which I don't think it does. Sun Pacific on west south. Yeah, 233 miles. Alright, this didn't show. How about showing me the route? That's what I figured. Yeah, Reed Avenue. I go through Reedley and then take Road 52, Road 48, and Road 44. Now you decide to work, okay? After I'm already looking on my own. Okay, so I can go back down to Manning Avenue and go south on Reed Avenue, I guess you'd call that. I don't know. What is that? Yeah, Reed Avenue. What's that, 416? Write these directions down. Hey Christian, need help with downloading pictures. It's on an SD card. Let's put the SD card in the computer or laptop, whatever, or you have to use a USB connection. It's out west. 16. Is this shit on my pen? What street is that? Road 48. South on Road 48. Okay, it's only like a block over from Reed, or from Road 52. Okay, so Reed Street turns into Road 52. Guess so. Okay, 416 is also J40. Take that down to I'll just call it an S-turn on Avenue 384. Get on to Road 44, is it? Yeah, Road 44. Merritt Drive, I remember that Merritt Drive, but is that a road that I should be taking my truck on? Foster Farms, huh. Where's Road 44? check that that's a truck legal road there, because you see some houses and stuff, or some stuff that looks like it's probably house related. Don't have the cord. Yeah, if you have you're gonna want to use a computer that. Where is my mouse? Come on, Google. Pulling this shit on me. Wait. My mouse decided to disappear. I really hate it when it does that. So I'm trying to drive the Street View guy over to where I need it, but you can't do it if I can't use the mouse pointer to show where to drag the guy over there. Almost had it. Oh, they're loading me. There we go. About right there. Are you gonna put it there or not? You're starting to piss me off. Do they not have Street View in that location or what? I reload Google Maps because you want to play a little pitch ball game with me. I want to know if I can take Traver across. I mean, a Merritt across, whatever, into Traver. You can't tell me they don't have Street View there. I can't believe that. I don't think the phone's starting to get a little bit hot. They have to have Street View because I'm seeing a little Street View image there. Play stupid games with me. Alright, I will restart. Try it again. My door light is green, but I know I just felt somebody in my trailer a minute ago. Back, some don't. Like the guy over here in door 1 has his tandems forward. Then the guy next to me in door 4 has them back. And then Stevens had his back too. I don't remember seeing anything saying they had to be back. Well, if I can't take Merritt around over, I can always take that road just north of Merritt. Then take that over to the service road and then come back down to Merritt. So I want to know if I can just go right through. I'll wait on my internet connection to come back up. Right on Google Maps to load up everything right. Alright, there we go. Keeps acting like there's no Street View there, but when I hold the little street view guy over the spot on the road that I want to look at. A little thumbnail of what the view actually looks like is right there. It's like, what? How's there no street view? I don't get it. I'm already done. Okay, I'll be back. So fast, there was only one pallet. Okay, so we got 80 packages, 14, 15 total. Look like it shows a weight though. Scale it later when I have time to work with. Alright, I'm gonna put my load locks back in and change my status. Load locks back in, I need to seal it. I'll have to use one of my own seals. Come on, give me that. is departure from stop off and loaded call done. 1338. I don't know. I'm gonna make it. We'll try. Loaded call 183 7455. Yep. Say 29445 and then 1415 grapes and kiwi. Yes, 5971. Seal number 042248. 4 on fuel. Okay, so get rolling. Don't know if I'll have to check out at the guard shack. There's a guard normally there, but he was on his lunch break when I got here, and I don't know how the process is with leaving. Yeah, I can tell this load's gonna be okay. My load gauge is not even at 70. There's a stop sign, so. Alright, says I'm good to go. Motorcycle on the right, and a couple of fours. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking a different route down to 99 than I took up. Probably be a little slow getting out of Reedley. Shouldn't be bad though. It's not like Reedley's a very huge town. We do have truck route signs here. Phone's running hot. 101 degrees temp here. Truck route all three directions. Okay. Confirms I'm okay to go straight ahead. There'll be a roundabout up here. Yep, I see the roundabout sign right now. detours again, just because trucks can't be on certain roads. So I'll have to look for other signs saying an indication when I can make a right turn somewhere. Up into the freaking driveway. Jackass! Reedley Trading Post, Home Furnishings. Okay, I see truck route, right turn at an 11, so here's which way I'm gonna turn. This one says straight or right, but the other one says straight only. Oh no, it's both directions. There's a kind of thing on there. Thingy-majig. I don't know. Thank you, car. Like something I'd expect to be a truck route, but there are signs clearly saying that it's a truck route, so hey, it's fair game. Alright, left here is exactly what I wanted to do in the so we're looking good. Oh, there's that guy in the motorcycle I was behind earlier too. So it must have been actually a better route taking this way. Headstones here. Most places in California, see, they have the regular flush type. The California graveyards, a lot of time, most of the time, they have flush with the ground headstones. You don't really see as many above ground headstones like you see more commonly in the east. Dude, pretty sure you're not going the speed limit. Tacos Bilia. Isn't that missing an R? That's supposed to have 2 R's. Somebody's confused where they want to stop. Where are you going? Oh, that Mexican restaurant there wasn't good enough for you, huh? You gotta go find a different one? You know that little hole-in-the-wall restaurants like that usually tend to be the best ones. Bakersfield by the time I have roughly 2.5 hours left on my clock. Comes down to it, I can always PC whatever remaining distance to go after. But at least get in the neighborhood. For Avenue 416, which this might be. Yes, it is. Alright, so it'll be a right turn here. Until straight ahead, looked like a little bit secluded, and I know that this road dead ends up ahead, so that's why trip planning and scouting ahead can do a lot of good. Not to mention if I counter a no truck sign, whatever, over there by Merritt Street or whatever, Merritt Avenue down there in Traver. I already know my way around it too, assuming that way's okay. I would have had a really good idea if the damn street view would have worked, but it doesn't. South on Road 48, which should be this one that this truck is turning off of right now. That's why I decided to stay in the left lane. Yes, it is Road 48. we have a dead end coming up, so it's probably going to be Avenue 384. So it'll be a left turn and then a right turn right after I get. It is going to be in that direction, I believe. Yeah, this is 384. Day camper's coming this way. Or that's not a day camper, that's a condo. Try and give that guy a chance to get his tandem clear first before I go cutting into his space. Probably take at least a good 4 hours to get to the house. Actually, probably a little more than that. So I anticipate being down to virtually next to nothing by the time I get home. Better idea when I get past the Tehachapi Mountains, because Tehachapi Pass is gonna slow me down. This should be south. I'm should down Road 80. On Road 44 right now. Yes, I am. And it'll make a right turn onto Merritt Drive, and that'll take me right to Highway 99. Assuming I'm allowed to go through that little section there. Like I said, I anticipate possibly a truck restriction on Merritt, but I don't think there is. I don't think it's truck restricted, because when I was coming up 99 earlier, I was looking right at Merritt Avenue and looking up on the Merritt Avenue to see if there were any truck restriction signs on that side of it, and I don't remember seeing that. Which is indicative to me that it's an okay route. Avenue 368. Oh shit. I think that was alright. Turn this way, because that's apparently the way I wanted. I was expecting Merritt Avenue, not 368. Yeah, it's Merritt, okay. The other sign said 368 Merritt Avenue. But the way the road curved and looked a little more. Yeah, I don't see anything saying I can't be on this road, and I see Highway 99 straight ahead, so I think we're good to go. I remember seeing that Traver Church of God on the map too, so yeah. Winner, chicken dinner. Nobody's coming. the Critter Corner chat the other day, and like, oh my God, you're back from the dead. Like a Cessna flying pretty low there. What's this thing doing? Getting ready to land on the freaking street? You guys see that Cessna right there straight ahead? It's flying pretty low. Pretty sure that's less than 500 feet. Unless you got some crop dusting to do, you probably shouldn't be flying that low. Oh, it's an ultralight. Okay. No wonder he's flying so low. He's an ultralight. He has to fly that low. Looked like it says that at first, but when I got closer, I realized it's an ultralight. Strawberries, I don't like eating the strawberries by themselves, but I love strawberry flavor. And, but when it comes to jellies, I'm just really one-dimensional there. I've always had a strong preference for grape jelly. That's another one. I don't like eating grapes at all, but I'll freaking tear up grape jelly, grape juice, grape flavored practically anything. Weird how it works that way. Another farmer for truck, water for families. There's a real transmission in it, a stick shift. At least it looked like it did. I know certain Tacomas actually do have manuals too, so. We got a JCT on the shoulder over on the other side. 4311. Why is there a letter after that? Like 4311 Alpha or something. And you get in front of me to slow down. Okay. shower credit because I took 2 weeks off practically, and Wonderful. Well, I guess he gets to stay in the ones he's in until the other ones get washed wherever they're at. Refuses to say where they're at. Well, let him stay in what he has right now. Then it's gonna stink. But hey, it's when his butt starts hurting, and he'll start rethinking that. What? I'm gonna try to get to the house if I can. If I have enough clock to reach there. Okay, I'll be streaming. Okay. All right. All right. Let me too. As mentioned, I just got past Highway 198 in Visalia. And I get to Lair pretty close by. Apple Annie's Family Restaurant. here in the number one lane just south of Page. Probably already been reported, but just to be sure, I don't know. Traffic hazard, southbound 99. Okay. Hello. Hello, reporting a traffic hazard southbound 99, just south of Page Avenue in Tulare. It's like a chair, rocking chair, or some kind of a chair. It's in the number one lane. Correct. Scott Zane. Okay, no problem. Bye. Okay. Yeah, if somebody runs into that because they're not paying attention or they're behind somebody who does see it, but they can't see it because the other person is blocking their view of it, that thing can do some damage. It cause an accident from people swerving to avoid it and stuff, so that's why it's a good idea to report that kind of stuff. Craft. Definitely a cheese facility there. You can see milk trucks up there. Kraft's well known for cheese, but they also have other items that they make that are not necessarily cheese. So it didn't mean to make that sound like it was kind of a steak down. Duh, it's Kraft. What else did it do? Actually, they do more than cheese. Elevation at Mount Rainier, I don't recall it's even that high up. Cause I've been to Mount Rainier, I've been like halfway up and at where that lodge is at, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, they got cross country skiing stuff there. I think that's only at the 5200 level. peak elevation at Mount Rainier anyway, Jim? I know the highest point in in the Continental 48, whatever you want to call it, is Mount Whitney here in California at over 14,000 feet. I know there are a few other mountains that are about 14,000 though. I suspect Mount Rainier is not one of them though. But Mount Rainier does have a prominence over the surrounding terrain, that's for sure. Mount Rainier is 14,411. Wow, I didn't know it was that high up. Okay, interesting. Whitney here in California, what is that? 14.6? Because I know there's nowhere in the lower 48 that's higher than Mount Whitney. I think Mount Denali or what's that, Mount McKinley or whatever it's called up there in Alaska. I want to say that might be a little bit higher, but not by a lot. Sound limit. All right, 53 miles to go to Highway 58. Sure, it's just a regular Ford Explorer, not. That's a regular one. Mount Whitney is 14.9 or 14.505. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of. I've known of a number of people who've done. Climb Mount Whitney. A lot of times they would come out over to Idlewild and do practice, basically training climbs up there at Mount San Jacinto. Mount San Jacinto is not as high though. It's only 10 to 11,000 feet, somewhere around. I think it's over 10, but less than 11, if I remember right. But in the prominence is what also people look for, because you could have a mountain that's not quite as high in elevation. Let's just say like 10,000 feet, and one that's at 14,000 feet. But the one that's a lower elevation could have a higher prominence over the surrounding terrain. So, let's say like Denver up to from Denver up to the Eisenhower Tunnel. Going from 5,280 all the way up to about 11,000 feet. So, it's about 5,800 foot climb to the top. Versus, you could have a 14,000 foot peak, but the nearest terrain nearby might be over 10,000. crane engineer over there at that plant, one of those hoppers there, the wheels were on top of a pile of sand or something. It caught my attention with the stuff that was, all the dust that was flying around, whatever. One of the cars around the middle of it had, looked like the tire or the wheels were sitting on some sand, like a big pile in them. Like it's a good way to derail the car. You might see an occasional moose over there too. I just saw a moose in Wyoming the other when I was going through Elk Mountain a few weeks ago. Okay, maybe they're more. I would guess they're a little more rare there. I guess I don't know, but I know for sure they're known to be in Wyoming, even all the way down to Elk Mountain, because I saw one personally. Even on the live stream, not very long ago. I thought I have heard of them being.
Instagram. Article 157 of 184. Rail News Home High-Speed Rail 8/25/2020. Rail News, High-Speed Rail. Express West signs MOS to study LA-Vegas high-speed rail extensions. This is a forward-looking partnership that will allow us to explore the possibility to enhance the rider experience and attract new riders, said Metrolink Chief Executive Officer Stephanie Wiggins. Photo, Brightline. Advertisement. The boards of Metrolink and the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, SBCTA, recently approved Memorandums of Understanding, MO, with Brightline, Express West to study a possible expansion of Express West's proposed high-speed rail line between Las Vegas and the Los Angeles area. Metrolink's board approved in MO last week, according to a Forbes report. The study would examine linking the Express West project to Metrolink stations in the Los Angeles suburbs of Rancho Cucamonga and Palmdale, California. Each extension would add about 50 miles from Express West's current terminus in Victorville, California, the news organization reported. This is a forward-looking partnership that will allow us to explore the possibility to enhance the rider experience and attract new riders, said Metrolink Chief Executive Officer Stephanie Wiggins. Meanwhile, the SBCTA's board in early July approved in MO with Brightline, Express West to expand the high-speed rail service to Apple Valley, using the right-of-way through the Cajon Pass along Interstate 15 and eventually connecting with the Metrolink station in Rancho Cucamonga. Under the MO, the authority and Express West would work together and with other stakeholders to evaluate design and right-of-way issues, SBCTA officials said in a press release. The MO allows us to work with Express West in looking outside the box and considering the possibility of a privately built and managed rail system through the Cajon Pass between Apple Valley and Rancho Cucamonga, said SBCTA Executive Director Ray Wolf. Contact Progressive Railroading editorial staff. More news from 8/25/2020. Copyright Trade Press Media Group 1995-2020 Email Management, Print Magazine, Advertise, Contact Us, Content Usage, Reprints, Policies, Contributed, Sitemap. Article 158 of 184. Dead, woman, 20, opens eyes as funeral home staff are about to embalm her. Daily Mirror 8H.
That's nuts.
Follow. A young woman who was mistakenly pronounced dead by paramedics opened her eyes as funeral home staff prepared to embalm her. Undertakers would have started draining Timesha Beauchamp's blood had they not realized she was still alive, a lawyer for her family said. The 20-year-old, who has special needs, is now in a critical condition on a ventilator at a hospital in the U.S. city of Detroit, Michigan. Paramedics were called to the family's home in the suburb of Southfield after Ms. Beauchamp, who has undisclosed medical issues, was found unresponsive and in cardiac arrest on Sunday morning. She wasn't breathing, and paramedics performed CPR and other life-reviving methods for 30 minutes before she was declared dead at the scene, said Southfield Fire Department Chief Johnny Menifee. The fire chief said in a statement, given medical readings and the condition of the patient, it was determined at that time that she did not have signs of life. Because there was no indication of foul play, as per standard operating procedure, the Oakland County Medical Examiner's Office was contacted and given the medical data. The patient was again determined to have expired and the body was released directly to the family to make arrangements with a funeral home of their choosing. The fire department told ABC 11 that paramedics gave information about the call to a local A&E doctor, who pronounced the woman dead based on those details. Jeffrey Feger, a lawyer for the Beauchamp family, told WXYZ that Timesha's godmother, a registered nurse, told the paramedics that she detected a pulse. He added, they were about to embalm her, which is most frightening had she not had her eyes open. They would have begun draining her blood, to be very, very frank about it. It's one of people's worst nightmares to imagine having an ambulance called and instead, sending you off to a funeral home. Said there was a 1.5-hour delay in transporting Miss Beauchamp from the family's house to the funeral home, and that may be crucial to her survival and potential recovery. Sources told Local 4 that police officers allegedly saw Miss Beauchamp move and breathe after she was pronounced dead. The force called the paramedics back, but the crew allegedly told officers they witnessed the side effects of the medication given to her. Sources with knowledge of this investigation tell Local 4 that Southfield police allegedly saw her move and breathe and called the fire crews back, but fire crews claimed those were the side effects of the medication given to her. Sources told the TV station that Miss Beauchamp, who has a twin brother, was taken to James H. Cole Funeral Home in Detroit about 5 hours after paramedics were called to the family home. Employees at the funeral home noticed she was still breathing. A spokesperson for the funeral home said in a statement, after receiving clearance from the Oakland County Medical Examiner's office, she was transported to our funeral home. Upon her arrival at the funeral home, our staff confirmed she was breathing and called EMS. Paramedics from the Detroit Fire Department confirmed Miss Beauchamp was still alive, and transported her to hospital. Dave Fornell, Deputy Commissioner of the Detroit Fire Department, told ABC 11, the funeral staff did the normal medical interventions, and that's when the funeral home told them that she was to be embalmed and all that. It kind of surprised us. We couldn't believe it. He said Miss Beauchamp was breathing, and had a decent heart rate and decent blood oxygen level. A spokesperson for the Oakland County Chief Medical Examiner's office said the body wasn't collected for a post-mortem due to information provided by police about her medical history and the fact that foul play was not suspected. Article 159 of 184. Scott Peterson's death penalty conviction over.
That's just crazy. Now, there are those concerns, I'm sure some of you guys might, because I've heard of those stories where people are found to be still alive when they were already declared dead. So can you imagine putting somebody in a furnace, an incinerator, whatever, to cremate them, and realize, never know that they're actually alive when you're putting them in there? That's one of the reasons I would never want to be cremated. And then there's the case like, how does it get to where the body is at a point where they're declared dead, and then all of a sudden they come back to life? It's like they're dormant but not dead. That's what the impression it gives me. Alright, back in Delano now. Just a little bit south of where I picked up my first part of the load. Shit. Let's put it that way. Oops. Flat steer tire. Okay, now.
Scott Peterson's death penalty convicted. The death penalty of a killer who slayed his pregnant wife and their unborn baby on Christmas Eve has been overturned. Scott Peterson had his 2005 death sentence scrapped by the California Supreme Court on Monday, but prosecutors may try again for the same sentence if they wish in the high-profile case. It upheld his 2004 murder conviction in the killing of Lacey Peterson, 27, who was 8 months pregnant with their unborn son, Connor. Investigators said that on Christmas Eve 2002, Peterson dumped the bodies from his fishing boat into San Francisco Bay, where they surfaced months later. Peterson contends his trial was flawed for multiple reasons, beginning with the unusual amount of pretrial publicity that surrounded the case, the court said. We reject Peterson's claim that he received an unfair trial as to case and thus precedent undermined Peterson's right to an impartial jury at the penalty phase. It agreed with his argument that potential jurors were improperly dismissed from the jury pool after saying they personally disagreed with the death penalty but would be willing to follow the law and impose it. While a court may dismiss a prospective juror as unqualified to sit on a capital case if the juror's views on capital punishment would substantially impair his or her ability to follow the law, a juror may not be dismissed merely because he or she has expressed opposition to the death penalty as a general matter, the justices said in a unanimous decision. Peterson, who is now 47, contended on appeal that he couldn't get a fair trial because of the massive publicity that followed, although the proceedings were moved nearly 90 miles, 145 kilometers, away from his Central Valley home of Modesto to San Mateo County, south of San Francisco. Stanislaus County District Attorney Birgit Flatiger did not immediately say if she would again seek the death penalty. Peterson was convicted of first-degree murder in the death of his wife and the second-degree murder of their unborn son. Investigators chased nearly 10,000 tips and considered parolees and convicted sex offenders as possible suspects. Peterson was eventually arrested after Amber Frey, a massage therapist living in Fresno, told police that they had begun dating a month before his wife's death, but that he had told her his wife was dead. He also had contended on appeal that the trial court erred in deciding whether jurors and the defense were properly allowed to test whether Peterson's new boat would likely have capsized if he dumped the weighted bodies over the side. Article 160 of 184. Sierra shares bathing suit photo and her caption gets her in trouble. CelebrityInsider.org 6 hours ago. Sierra, who recently gave birth, took to...
It does kind of make me wonder, though. No, Scott Peterson's a piece of shit through and through. But considering other death penalty cases, I mean, where people actually merited absolutely the death penalty, where's the defining line on that? I don't know. How do we determine who merits getting the death penalty and who doesn't? I'm not quite, because there are plenty of other people out there who've killed loved ones, or people that supposedly love, whatever, and never got the death penalty. So, you know, there are inconsistencies in that which make me just question it. I'm not saying that they don't merit the death penalty or that they do. I'm just, there's some inconsistencies in there why one person merits it and one person doesn't when they have similar types of cases. It seems like then it's a matter of what state you're in and whether they even have a death penalty. But you could even have cases here in California where something like that happened and somebody did not get the death penalty, and then you have to figure out, well, what are the other extenuating circumstances that led to one person getting a death penalty verdict and another person getting a life verdict? McFarland,
Sierra, who recently gave birth, took to social media, and she shared a photo where she is wearing a white bathing suit. The makeup-free singer looked happy as she gazed at the camera while standing on the green grass. Via the caption, Sierra revealed that she had put a fitness plan in order to lose 48 lbs after giving birth to her son, Win Harrison. Her caption said, 48 lbs to go. Starting the game tomorrow. Don't know. Because they like the pressure that society puts on them to lose weight and snap back after giving birth. One fan said, "It's messed up how after creating 3 human beings we as women can't just breast, we gotta be thin and fit, expressionless face, that's our society. You literally just had a baby, yes, start eating healthier but fake it easy with the goals, at least let your body heal, damn." Another follower wrote, "I'm pregnant now and can totally understand her desire to get back where she was. Your body goes through a lot during the pregnancy, and you personally give a lot. Getting your body back to where you feel good about yourself, healthy and is not a bad much pressure. My plan is to give myself the same amount of time I was pregnant. No pressure, but it's good to set goals." This backer revealed, "Why is this a thing? People are so obsessed with losing weight, just focus on the baby. It took an entire year to grow a child, and everyone is concerned with when and how fast you lose weight. It's really sickening." This woman stated, "Mommies, it's okay to take the time you need and not have to rush to lose weight. Most don't know this, but you need baby weight on you to produce healthy breast milk. I hate that PPL focus on what society thinks, smirking face. I just want everyone to feel their best." A fifth comment read, "Society is so hung up on taking pictures to post on social media that women feel like they have to start working out soon as they deliver. I'm so glad I'm old and had kids before the social media craze." Sierra should take her time, most of supporters say. Article 161 of 184. Skip to content.
Alright. I don't see what the big deal is with that. Yeah, if that's what's important to her, let her do what's important to her. Just because she has her own values doesn't mean that you have to follow her values. And there's nothing wrong with other people having extra weight on them or whatever. If that's what fits their lifestyle better, their ideals or whatever else, who cares? Cancel culture, everybody has to, "Oh, you're on the wrong side, I'm gonna boycott you," or whatever, just because you said something stupid. Yeah, I was watching a podcast not too long ago at the house with Joey Diaz on his show, had Gabriel Iglesias on it. And I guess Gabriel Iglesias had tweeted something about getting some grub from Chick-fil-A. And then he found out the hard way that that was not okay, because this cancel culture, everybody's so anti, the activists, whatever, anti-Chick-fil-A because of their very religious and anti-homosexual views, that that's just not acceptable. And he was just, "Hey, it's just a place to get chicken." He didn't think much of it, and it shouldn't have been a big deal. You have a problem with him, so what? If he wants to eat there, that's his business. Just because you're supporting the business doesn't mean you're necessarily supporting their view either. I mean, their political or religious views. A lot of people need to grow up. Just worry about your damn self. Separate the business and social shit from politics. From politics and whatever else. go to Highway 58.
Skip to content. Trending. Dog attacks family, chews 11-year-old boy's face before brother, 12, stabs it. By Cox Media Group National Content Desk updated, August 23, 2029:29 a.m. Coral Springs, Florida. A mother and her two sons were attacked by a dog they were caring for Friday, officials said. Coral Springs police said a family was providing foster care for a pit bull when it turned on them at around 2 p.m., the South Florida Sun-Sentinel reported. The pit bull attacked the 11-year-old and that's when the 12-year-old intervened, Officer Chris Swinson told the Sun-Sentinel. The mom came out, got involved, and the pit bull turned on her. When the pit bull started attacking the mom, the 12-year-old grabbed a knife and stabbed the dog. Content continues below. The 11-year-old boy was taken by helicopter to a hospital with severe injuries to his face. The 35-year-old mother and the other son were treated at the scene. The dog was taken to a veterinarian for treatment. The dog will be quarantined for 2 weeks. Copyright 2020 Cox Media Group. News Local Watch Live Nation, World Video. Traffic Weather. Storm Tracker 2 HD contact us. What's on WSB-TV EEO statement? WSB-TV public file about WSB-TV advertise with WSB-TV. Copyright 2020 Cox Media Group. By using this website, you accept the terms of our visitor agreement and privacy policy, and understand your options regarding ad choices. This station is part of Cox Media Group Television. Learn about careers at Cox Media Group. Article 162 of 184. Family killer Chris Watts, haunted by what he did to pregnant wife and girls. Daily Mirror 1D. Follow. Family killer Chris Watts is said to be haunted by what he did to his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters as he brutally murdered them.
Damn it.
Watts, who was having an affair with a colleague from work, strangled his wife Shanann inside their bedroom as their daughters Bella, 4, and Celeste, 3, looked on. He drove her body and his daughters to a site where he worked, and then smothered the girls in the back seat and dumped their bodies into oil tanks. 2 years on from the disturbing case, Watts, 35, is said to be haunted by memories of his wife and children while he serves out a life sentence without the possibility of parole at a maximum security prison in the U.S. In the aftermath of the case, a number of experts have described Watts as a narcissist and psychopath, and it appears he is still focused on how his actions have affected him. He has shown no remorse after killing his wife, 2 daughters and an unborn son that 34-year-old Shanann, who was 15 weeks pregnant, wanted to call Nico. A source at the Dodge jail in Waupun, Wisconsin, told People that Watts is hopeless that anything in his life will ever change. The source said, he knows exactly what he did. He's haunted by what he did. He said memories of him. In his own psychological torment, every day of his life. Watts knows he deserves the punishment that was handed to him after he pleaded guilty to murder and other offenses to avoid a possible death sentence. It is said that he has found religion in prison and has put up photos of Shanann, Bella and Celeste in his jail cell. He is reportedly in solitary confinement and only leaves his cell 1 hour a day for a shower and exercise. In August 2018, he strangled Shanann at the family home in Frederick, Colorado, after she returned from a business killing Shanann. After killing his wife, Watts loaded her body into the back of his truck, put the girls in the back seat and drove to an oil site where he worked. He smothered the girls inside the truck and stuffed their bodies into oil tanks. He buried Shanann in a shallow grave. Watts was jailed for life in November 2018 after striking a plea deal to avoid a possible death sentence. After he was sentenced, he told the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in a jailhouse confession that Shanann may have been praying when he strangled her in their bedroom. He said he drove her body to the work site and buried it in a shallow grave as his daughters waited in the truck. As he pulled her body from the truck, one of the girls asked, "What are you doing to mommy?" He claimed Bella watched as he smothered Celeste and screamed, "Daddy, no," before he killed her. Watts had previously told Colorado authorities while in prison there that he speaks to photos of his family in his cell and reads a book out loud every night to the daughters he murdered. After killing his family, Watts claimed they had vanished and even gave a bizarre TV interview saying they were missing. The cold-blooded killer showed no signs of panic, lacked emotion as he begged for their safe return on TV and gave useless information and rambling statements to police, who quickly identified him as the killer. Article 163 of 184. NEWSSHOWS.
Alright. The chat fixed real quick.
WSSHOWSWATCH. YouTube star Landon Clifford dead at 19. Landon Clifford, of the popular YouTube family Cam and Fam, has passed away. Read Cameron Clifford's heartbreaking message about her husband's death. By Jess Cohen. August 25, 2020, 11:55 a.m.
Any of you guys familiar with him?
Instagram. Landon Clifford, of the popular YouTube family Cam and Fam, has passed away at the age of 19. Cameron Clifford confirmed her husband's death in a heartbreaking post on social media. August 13, 2020 was Landon's last day being the best dad and husband he could be, Cameron wrote to her followers on Instagram. After spending the following 6 days in a coma, he passed on and donated several organs to people in need all over the country. He died saving the lives of others. That's the type of person he was, she continued. Compassionate, loving, thoughtful, kind, and gentle. He was an amazing husband and the best father those girls could have ever asked for. Landon and Cameron are parents to Colette Breyer Clifford and Delilah Rose Clifford, who was just born in May. It saddens me deeply that they will never get to truly know him, Cameron wrote on Instagram. He was so young and had so much more life to live. This isn't how things were supposed to go. He was meant to make it to his next birthday. Photos. Celebrity deaths, 2020's fallen stars. Cameron went on to say that Landon was meant to walk his daughters down the aisle at their weddings one day. He was meant to die old with me, she wrote. Words cannot come close to describe the pain I feel. Trending stories. 1. YouTube star Landon Clifford dead at 19. 2. Dorinda Medley is leaving Real Housewives of New York. 3. Jeffree Star insists he's not paying basketball player to date him. The mom of two concluded her message by sharing, "All I can do now is make sure our girls know how much he loved us. He's looking down on us from heaven and his light will shine through the clouds when we look up at him. May he rest peacefully." Over the weekend, Cameron and her loved ones appeared to have a celebration of life for Landon. The couple shared their first video on their Cam and Fam YouTube channel in November 2017. It has since amassed over 1 million subscribers. Article 164 of 184. Two girls go missing for 40 years, then someone spots a suspicious car by Matt Castrol. Boredom therapy staff Times. May 29, 1971. High school students Cheryl Miller and Pamela Jackson were on their way to an end-of-year party when the friends they were following made a wrong turn. They doubled back, but when the driver of the other car checked the rear view, the headlights from Cheryl and Pamela's car were gone. Local authorities immediately took up the case, and despite years of searching they found no trace of Cheryl and Pamela. Decades later, answers. TF LB will now see more. Two ordinary girls. Investigation, things didn't add up. According to the friends they were following, neither Cheryl nor Pamela had been drinking before getting in the car. They'd actually been with Cheryl's grandmother in the hospital before meeting up with the group. Sponsored by TRAVELPATRIOT. After losing 220 lbs, Rebel Wilson is gorgeous, now see more. No trace. Additionally, there had been no sign of a crash in the area where they disappeared, and there were no tracks indicating they'd gone off-road. It was as if they'd simply vanished into thin air. KSVY-TV. Young and restless. But in rural South Dakota in the early 1970s, missing child cases weren't cause for the 100-person manhunts you see today. With the free-spirited attitudes of the 60s having carried over to the youth of this new decade, many disappeared teens were simply thought to have packed up and headed for California. Toronto Star. Sponsored by KSL News Radio. 7 senior activities to make your summer more exciting in 2020. See more. Nothing to worry about. Back then, if a kid turned up missing, it actually was far more likely that they were a runaway, recalled former Clay County Deputy Sheriff Jim Rowenhorst. It was just not very darned often that you heard about kids being kidnapped. It just wasn't something you were concerned about in rural South Dakota. Sponsored by the Chef Pick. Remember him. Better sit down before you see what he looks like, now see more. Sponsored by Refinance Gold. Remember Johnny from The Rifleman? This is how she looks at 74. See more. Out of character. This theory was accepted by some in the community, but to those that knew them, Cheryl and Pamela just weren't the runaway type. Classmates called them down to earth, and according to Cheryl's older sister Kay, she left the house with only a purse that night. T-Cool, flicker. Won't give up hope. That's why even after the local sheriff's office scaled back its search, family and friends of the missing girls only pushed onward. They checked every ditch and ravine in the county, and Cheryl's father drove back roads for hours each day, desperately calling out for his beloved daughter and her dear friend. Technology falls short. As time passed and forensic technology improved, authorities returned to the area sporadically, hoping to uncover any trace of the girls. They employed ground-penetrating radar and metal detectors in search of their vehicle, and they even excavated the gravel pit the two were headed to for the party. Still, nothing was found. An interesting lead. It wasn't until 2004, with the creation of the South Dakota DCI Cold Case Unit, that there finally came a break in the case. According to reports, the site of the party had not been too far from the farm where a certain classmate of Cheryl and Pamela's had grown up. Rapid City Journal. Fits the profile. That classmate was David Lycan, a serial rapist who was 14 years into a 225-year prison sentence when authorities began looking into him. Given his history of violence and his proximity to the location where the girls disappeared, Lycan became a primary suspect. Argus leader. A new search begins. This led authorities to search the Lycan farm, where David's younger sister claimed to have seen family members burning a large amount of evidence on the property years prior. After a quick search, it appeared she was right. Sioux City Journal. Damning evidence. 2 hubcaps were unearthed, and dozens of bones were found buried beneath the property's septic tank. Women's clothing, personal effects and letters, and a pair of rubber gloves were seized. A single red purse was found tucked away in the farmhouse rafters. Case closed. Prosecutors moved immediately against charges, and soon after, a prison informant captured Lycan confessing to the murders on tape. The case appeared open and shut, then it all fell apart. Too good to be true. The confession had actually been faked by one of Lycan's fellow farm could directly connect, even beneath it turned out to be butchered animals. With no concrete evidence to go on, the charges against Lycan were dropped. Back to square one. It was now 2008, and authorities were no closer to uncovering the fate of Cheryl and Pamela than they were 37 years prior. Fortunately, they wouldn't have to go another 4 decades before the real truth came out. That's no fish. In 2013, a local fisherman walking along Brule Creek stumbled upon a large shape sticking out of the water. He moved closer, expecting to find a few rocks or some discarded trash. Instead, he discovered the underside of a rusted car jutting from the mud. South Dakota Attorney General's Office. More than a coincidence. Authorities moved to pull the car from the creek, which they soon determined was a 1960 Studebaker Lark, the same make and model of Cheryl's car. The remains within were completely unidentifiable, though one piece of evidence managed to survive after all these years. Could it be a purse? Inside, investigators found everything from loose change and house keys to photos and letters from friends. But one look at the faded driver's license told authorities everything they needed to know about this wreck. Sioux City Journal. Mystery solved. It belonged to Cheryl, meaning that the remains inside were those of the 2 missing girls. The 42-year-old cold case had finally been solved, but authorities still had to answer one glaring question: what had happened? South Dakota Attorney General's Office. A tragic accident. An examination of the vehicle revealed that the car was in 3rd gear when it crashed, and damage to one of the wheels indicated that a tire may have blown. To investigators, it appeared that the car had popped a tire, careened off the road, and landed, submerged, in Brule Creek. Finally at peace. Regardless of the exact cause, the Miller and Jackson families now have the closure they'd been seeking as they finally lay Cheryl and Pamela to rest. It's been so many years, said Cheryl's sister Kay. It will be nice to have her home. Sioux City Journal. Anthropology. Unfortunately, not all cold cases turn out to be unfortunate accidents. Just 2 years prior, in the winter of 1969, the students in Harvard University's anthropology program were set to take their last final exams when they noticed one thing was noticeably out of place. Harvard Business School. Jane Britton. Jane Britton, a 23-year-old star student with a passion for Near Eastern archaeology, was nowhere to be found. This wasn't like Jane. She was always the first to class and was extremely invested when it came to schoolwork. Absence. Jane's boyfriend, James Humphreys, was the first to notice her absence. He knew that something must have been awry if Jane hadn't made it to the ultra-important test. Had she fallen suddenly ill? Mass Live. 6 University Road. Humphreys called Britton and, receiving no answer, decided to go straight to her residence at 6 University Road. Britton lived alone in a 4th-floor apartment, but had lots of neighbors, many of whom were involved in the Harvard community. Wikipedia. Knock knock. The nervous boyfriend knocked on the door. Hearing nothing, he waited a second and then knocked again. Still, no response. Then he heard another door creaking open in the hallway, and he looked up in alarm. Boston 25 News. Donald Mitchell. Standing behind him was none other than Donald Mitchell, Jane's friend and next-door neighbor. Warily, the 2 men decided to enter the silent apartment. They took a deep breath and crossed the threshold. Boston 25 News. Found. Donald Mitchell and James Humphreys gasped. They had found Jane Britton, but she was not in good shape. The young woman was lying face down on the floor and appeared to be stiff. Life daily. Unspeakable. Filled with unspeakable Mitchell TV. The night before. As soon as the police arrived at the scene of the crime, they began the hard work of piecing together exactly what had happened the night before that had led to Jane's early demise. Newspapers. Late return. Eyewitness accounts stated that she'd spent the evening ice skating and getting dinner with her friends and boyfriend. Then, at 10:30 p.m., she and Humphreys returned to her apartment for a hot cocoa. Yukon. Fuzzy. Britton would only leave the apartment one more time before coming back for the final time that night. She'd gone over to the Mitchells' apartment to retrieve her cat, Fuzzy, and indulge in a bit of late-night sherry. She then arrived home around 12:30 a.m. Wine folly. No drinks. However, despite the sherry, toxicology reports would soon reveal that the alcohol never entered her bloodstream at all. This led investigators to conclude that the girl had been murdered within an hour of leaving her neighbor's residence. Don Mitchell, Boston. Other details. The cops asked neighbors to reveal anything they might have seen or heard that seemed out of the ordinary. The Mitchells insisted nothing had caught their attention. However, other neighbors did have some suspicious details to share. Boston 25 News. Fire escape. One building resident reported hearing strange noises coming from Britton's fire escape the night before, while another related seeing a strange man running through the streets at around 1:30 a.m. Boston 25 News. Unlocked. While these reports definitely raised eyebrows, they weren't incredibly helpful. There was no sign of forced entry, and in fact, Britton's door had been unlocked. This particular detail was the source of much controversy. Flicker, Mr. DC. Boston Strangler. This is because a girl had been murdered in the very same building not 6 years prior, by the Boston Strangler himself. Security was awful in the building, the doors were impossible to lock, and public outrage over the perceived negligence grew. Tech issues. Although it was found that Britton had been sexually assaulted, semen was found at the crime scene. Back in the 1960s, investigators didn't have the technology necessary to connect the sample to a specific perpetrator. DNA Diagnostic Center. Other students. The investigation kicked off with law enforcement training a lens on those in her community, specifically students in her anthropology department who she'd gone on a recent school-related trip to Iran with. Vintage Everyday. Ochre. One of the reasons for this was that red ochre, a clay-like substance used in ancient Persian burial rituals, had been found on. Detectives have had an that one classmates may have played a part in Jane's brutal killing. Soon, however, things would take a surprising turn. State Archives of Florida. Investigators realized that the ochre was not symbolic but rather, had come from Jane's own paintings. Additionally, students and professors said the perceived hostility on the trip had been way overblown. Their only lead had been effectively squashed. Blogspot Daniel Keating. Still, there was one more concerning detail that detectives continued to focus on. A stone given to Jane by the Mitchells, one sharp enough that it could ostensibly be capable of killing someone, was missing from her apartment. Was this the murder weapon? Arrowheads Direct. A mere 2 days after her body was found, the Cambridge police chief came out with a divisive announcement. First off, they'd found the sharp rock in question. And secondly, they were closing the case to the public until further notice. Set fillers. The blackout of information didn't stop people from speculating, though. Some said that others thought about it a bit differently. Some people claimed that Jane was a little too friendly, and sometimes hung out with the countercultural crowd, the hangers on and acid heads who you would not call young wholesome Harvard and Radcliffe types, an anonymous source close to Britton remarked. Rampant rumors persisted while evidence dwindled. Without any concrete facts to go off of, speculation could only go so far. Eventually the case stopped progressing completely. Jane's mother died in 1978 and her father in 2002, both going to their grave not knowing what had happened to their little girl. Find a grave. Decades passed and the world slowly seemed to forget about Jane. Then, in 2017, things took a decidedly dramatic turn when multiple requests from the public to reopen the case were finally granted. The Morning Call. Finally, a half-century after Jane was found dead in her apartment, the semen samples recovered from the crime scene were tested. By this point the technology was advanced enough that results could connect them with a suspect. And that's exactly what happened. Wicked local. The semen was consistent with a man named Michael Sumter. He was a convicted rapist and murderer, and his rap sheet undoubtedly fit the bill of someone who would commit such an unspeakable crime. There was one slight issue, though. Michael Sumter was dead. He'd passed away years earlier in 2001. In order to confirm him as the killer, they used the next best thing, his brother's DNA. Sure enough, it was a match. After all these years, the truth was finally out. Angela Rowling's Boston Herald. Not only was there forensic evidence to implicate Sumter, but the timeline also matched up. He'd been working less than a mile away from Jane's residence during the time of her death. If only her murder had been solved earlier, then a second woman might have been spared. Cambridge News. A half-century of mystery and speculation has clouded the brutal crime that shattered Jane's promising young life and our family, Jane's brother has said. The DNA evidence match may be all we ever have as a conclusion. Learning to understand and forgive remains a challenge. It's tragically common for cases to go unsolved. That's why it's so cathartic when closure actually is reached. When one California adventurer started out on the journey of his life, he had no idea he'd wind up at the center of one of the strangest cold cases in American history. The University of Utah. Everett Bruce was born in March of 1914 in Oakland, California as the second child to parents Christopher, a probation officer, and Stella, an artist and poet. From a young age, Christopher challenged his son to read heavily and encouraged him to study the great philosophers. Everett later began to write poetry himself, and he even took up archery. Here now. But it was adventure that became Everett's true passion, and he began showing an appetite for it as early as 1930 when he was just 16 years old. During that summer, Everett hitchhiked from Oakland to the town of Carmel by the sea, an impressive 100-mile journey. Halfway anywhere. The following year, after graduating from Hollywood High School, Everett purchased a burro and set out on his first major expedition. Over the course of 10 months, Everett would come to see iconic locations like the Grand Canyon and Zion National Park. Condé Nast Doy. Not only was this trek an ambitious one, but it also set the foundation for the adventures Everett would seek out in the years to come. Unbeknownst to the young explorer, however, his next expedition would change everything. In November of 1934, 20-year-old Everett Bruce rode into the remote Utah township of Escalante accompanied by two pack burros. A settlement founded by Mormons in 1876, Escalante was a place where the arrival of a stranger was a rarity. Everett made his camp just north of the town, pitching his tent in a sun-baked area along the Escalante River that was perfect for midday naps. The townspeople visited Everett often, making small talk and giving the friendly adventurer the lay of the land. The Salt Lake Tribune. The children of Escalante took a particular shine to Everett, and during his time there he took them riding and even treated them to a movie. After spending a few nights in town, Everett packed his burros and disappeared into the wilds of Utah. He was never heard from again. The New York Times. So what happened to the young explorer? Well, in 1999 David Roberts, an adventure writer for National Geographic magazine, sought to find an answer to the 65-year-old mystery. The first stop on his investigation. Escalante, REI. After arriving in town, Roberts sat down with 74-year-old Norm Christensen, one of the children charmed by Everett during his stay in Escalante in 1934. Norm, who was only 10 at the time, was one of the last people to see Everett Bruce alive. Here now. According to Norm, Everett set off into the Utah desert after leaving Escalante, traveling southeast along the Hole in the Rock Trail. This historic route had been plotted by 19th-century Mormon settlers and was a tried-and-true passageway for navigating the desert. Or so they believed. The Durango Herald. Roberts also spoke to a 91-year-old man while in Escalante named Melvin Albee, who met Everett during his stay in town all those years ago. Melvin wasn't surprised that Everett had disappeared, as even then he believed that the young man was ill-equipped to survive the harsh winter climate of the Utah desert. However, historical reports show that Everett was still alive at least a week after leaving Escalante, having traveled 50 miles through the desert. We know that he came across 2 shepherds and some cattlemen, but after that, he simply vanished. High country news. Despite Everett's disappearance, red flags weren't raised until almost 3 months later. This wasn't out of the ordinary, though, as Everett had sent a letter to his family weeks earlier saying that his journey would likely prevent him from communicating for a month or 2. Sassafras-Lenevelich, Etsy. But when the letters Christopher and Stella sent to Marble Canyon, Arizona, the place where Everett was expected to re-emerge into civilization, were returned unopened, they quickly grew concerned. After contacting the postmistress, a search party was dispatched from Escalante in March of 1935, now. Eventually, the same 2 shepherds that had crossed paths with Bruce the previous November stumbled upon an old campsite in a steep-sided canyon known as Davis Gulch. Although Everett's burros were found alive, albeit severely malnourished, there was no sign of the young explorer, his diary, or his camping gear. While no traces of Bruce were found, it was widely believed that he was murdered while trekking through the desert. More specifically, the group of cattlemen, who were the last to see him alive, were the supposed culprits behind Everett's disappearance. Canyon Country Guide. In fact, Norm Christensen revealed that one of the cattlemen, a man by the name of Keith Riddle, had confessed to Everett's murder. However, Riddle died in 1984 and no definitive evidence was ever found that pinned him to the crime. But in 2008, 74 years after Everett's disappearance, a tip from a Navajo who claimed to have witnessed Everett's murder led a man named Denny Belson to the skeletal remains of a body at Comb Ridge. The bones, found in a crevice 60 miles from Everett's last camp, were tested against the DNA of Everett's nieces and nephews. It was a match. The Durango Herald, only in your state. Heartbreakingly, however, it was later discovered that the DNA test had been botched and that the Comb Ridge remains belonged to a Native American. And so, the truth behind Everett Rue's disappearance still remains a mystery to this day. High country news. Trending. Concerning decline in Americans, intelligence is linked to a strange phenomenon. These celebs had made huge transformations in their weight. Join our mailing list. Subscribe. About. Privacy Policy DMCA. Advertising. Article 165 of 184. McDonald's adds 2 new menu items, including Spicy McNuggets. NBC News 9 hours ago. McDonald's is debuting 2 new menu items that will bring plenty of heat and something cool and sweet to customers in an effort to boost falling sales due to coronavirus impacts. The fast food giant said it will add Spicy McNuggets and a Chips Ahoy McFlurry, complete with crushed cookies and caramel swirls, to its menu for beginning September 16. This is the first time in the burger chain's history that it has added a new type of McNugget to the menu in the United States, according to Linda Vangosen, Vice President of Menu Innovation at McDonald's. As our customers have been asking for Spicy McNuggets for some time now, we couldn't think of a better time to bring them to our menus, Vangosen said in a statement. We can't wait for McNuggets fans to get a taste of these new spicy options. While fast food fans will have to wait a few more weeks before trying the new McNuggets, McDonald's offered up a tease about how they're made. The new Spicy McNuggets are breaded with a tempura coating that includes cayenne and chili peppers to give them an extra kick compared to their classic counterparts, according to a statement from the company. Of course, a new McNugget also calls for a new dipping sauce. Mighty Hot Sauce, McDonald's first new sauce since 2017, is being offered as the condiment for the Spicy McNuggets. The sauce comes with a blend of chili peppers and is being billed as the hottest one available at McDonald's. This isn't the first time McDonald's has brought heat to the menu. Fast food competitors have already had success with their own variations of spicy chicken nuggets. Burger King brought back its spicy nuggets on May 14 for a limited time to plenty of fanfare. Quarantine Day 59, sick of same old, same old. Same. So spice up your quarantine with 8 white meat spicy chicken nuggets for $1, the company wrote in an Instagram announcement. Wendy's pulled its spicy nuggets from the menu in 2017. After a surge of social media support for the removed item, the company announced it would return. Positive affirmations for today: I will have a good day, I will succeed today. Wendy's will bring back spicy nuggets at some point, Chance the Rapper wrote on May 4, 2019. Please, please Lord, let it be today. Judging by the popularity of spicy nuggets, it's likely McDonald's could have a hot new menu item to boost sales during what has been a difficult time for the restaurant industry. In its second quarter earnings report for the period ending June 30, McDonald's reported a financial impact due to stores operating at a limited capacity or closing during the height of the pandemic. The company said revenues fell 30% in the second quarter to $3.76 billion. Global same-store sales also fell by 23.9%, although sales continued to improve throughout the quarter. McDonald's is also trying to win the confidence of customers by touting new safety measures, including its work with the Mayo Clinic to ensure proper sanitation protocols are followed in restaurants and at the drive-thru, as well as requiring customers who step inside its 14,000 U.S. locations to wear a face covering. Article 166 of 184. Wednesday, Get the morning brief sent directly to your inbox.
Come on.
Get the morning brief sent.
Pause, damn it. I'm so freaking hard about that. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. I don't know. I wouldn't say it sounds awful, but that sauce that they said they're making just for it, to dip it in, I'm not so sure about it. But I'm kind of thinking I'd just stick with the barbecue sauce or something. Now I'm on Highway 58. I just got out of Bakersfield. I'm starting to climb the Tehachapi Pass. Probably be home right just before 6 p.m. Barbecue sauce. That's what I usually like to go to when I eat chicken nuggets. Okay. Truckers, you can't handle just staying behind another in a slightly slower truck, so you'd rather hold up to other people, right? I got a truck right next to me and he's holding somebody up, even though he's work for them. Chose my battle there was when to get around, trying to go around that guy. Didn't have anybody I was holding up, and just had that car catch up to me now. And I was able to get around him faster too. What the hell is this car getting ready to pass me then? Not the first one, but the second one. I can't figure it out. He's passing me now. What the? Somebody get a screenshot of this thing. I don't know what the hell this thing is. Volkswagen or something with some kind of a felt skin over it or something. I don't know. What the hell? The hell those guys do to that thing? That was pretty weird. heavy. Most of the time, man, I'm barely doing like 30 something up, 30 some miles an hour up this hill. So now I'm holding speed as the same speed as him, and I got other traffic behind me. Drop back behind him. Warning the traffic behind me that I plan to move over and out of the way. I don't know why I was in a position to pass it back up anyway. I think it might just be a case of us having slight differences with the way we're geared and way and all that kind of stuff. It's not unusual. When I'm in the higher gears, I tend to outpull other trucks, but then when I do finally drop into the lower gears, then they tend to outpull me. So it's just where my power band is at. It's once I drop out of the power band, then I lose speed, and then whereas other people might drop out of the power band sooner, but end up in I would say they get into lower gear, but can hold speed, hold a higher speed in a lower gear. Oh, well, I mean, yes, you're not gonna let me over, are you? God damn it. A little bit of courtesy, let me over and then pass me on the left would have been nice. This GMC was about to try to move over and pass me on the right as well until they realized I wanted over. Shit that makes me not want to move out of the lane for you in the first place. If I know you're going to be an asshole like that, why should I move over? I'll say fuck you. You can stay there on the shoulder until I pass you. probably be about 5-10 minutes to spare on my clock by the time I get there. See, like right here with the gearing, I'm right on the verge of wanting to downshift. But not quite. Now I'm starting to pick speed back up. Problem is, so is the other guy, but at least I don't see anybody coming back here yet. I'll wait until I get my momentum back. So I dropped back a little bit just in case I wanted to move over for that pickup. It's 125 miles from Bakersfield to my place. I've already done about 38 miles of that, so I'm inside 100 miles to go. Even at 50 miles an hour, I should be able to make it home. 50 average, I would say. 125 minus 38, that is what, about 87 miles? Something like that. It's about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more. I got 156 to work with, so and it's starting to look more promising that I'll be able to get there without any problems, as long as there aren't any traffic delays. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The fuck are you thinking? Brakes pretty good there. Not super hard, but hard enough where to make sure I wouldn't run into them. That was an incredibly stupid decision. perhaps to hatch B or something, I don't know. Degrees here to HB. Just passing by the Loves and Flying J here in town. Sheriff unit going the other way. Alright, tight. I'm going to fix the jack.
Get the morning brief sent directly to your inbox every Monday to Friday by 6:30 a.m. ET. Subscribe. But there are still no obvious catalysts for a market sell-off. The S&P 500 closed at its third straight record high on Tuesday. But some strategists on Wall Street are concerned that the current market environment has made stocks vulnerable to a decline. U.S. earnings expectations have certainly V-shaped, and this has been accompanied by an enormous reversal in risk appetite and almost a minuscule amount of financial time, writes Sean Darby, global equity strategist at Jefferies. Some of our indicators are beginning to move into the euphoria stage, and we caution that managing drawdown risk is coming to the fore. Among other factors, Darby notes that the equal-weighted S&P 500 is flatlining while the cap-weighted index, cited as the benchmark index, makes new highs. The FAAMG names now make up more than 23% of the S&P 500's market cap. And as we noted Monday, hedge funds have piled into these names: Facebook, FB, Apple, AAPL, Amazon, AMZN, Microsoft, MSFT, and Alphabet, Google, and beat the market handily as a result. But the divide between the equal and cap cautions on the speed of the market's ascent, adding that this rally has been well above the average of the previous, significantly faster than the last three recoveries. More. Of course, this has not been average markets and mandated closures across the U.S. economy. But with these changes happening at what Darby calls the speed of financial light, caution right now is warranted. The bottom line is the obvious catalysts for a correction are not present, but the technical stretch of some of our indicators are a warning sign. A close watch should be kept on the U.S. 30-year yield and any sign that the U.S. money supply is rolling over. Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, who we've cited in recent weeks as one of the more ardently bullish strategists on the street, also expressed some caution in a note published earlier this week. And while Wilson expects Congress will pass a new bill given that it is an election year, that doesn't mean we won't see some moments of doubt and uncertainty about the size and timing of the next package reflected in the market. This commentary from Darby and Wilson also comes as Citi strategist Tobias Levkovic raised his year-end price target for the S&P 500 to 3,300 from 2,900 after having been the second most bearish equity strategist on the street. The capitulation of another market skeptic thus serves as another pillar of support for Darby's worries over euphoria creeping into the market. And a reminder that this rally seems intent on converting every market bear before all is said and done. By Miles Udland, reporter and co-anchor of the final round. Follow him at @MilesUdland. What to watch today economy. 7:00 a.m. ET, MBA mortgage applications, week ended August 21, minus 3.3% during prior week. 8:30 a.m. ET, durable goods orders, July preliminary, 4.5% expected, 7.6% in June. 8:30 a.m. ET, durable goods orders excluding transportation, July preliminary, 1.9% expected, 3.6% in June. 8:30 a.m. ET, non-defense capital goods orders excluding aircraft, July preliminary, 1.7% expected, 3.4% in June. 8:30 a.m. ET, non-defense capital goods shipments excluding aircraft, July preliminary, 1.8% expected, 3.3% in June. Earnings. Pre-market. 7:30 a.m. ET, Dick's Sporting Goods, DKS, is expected to report adjusted earnings of $1.20 per share on revenue of $2.46 billion. Post-market. 4:00 p.m. ET, Splunk, SPLK, is expected to report an adjusted loss of 34 cents per share on revenue of $520.73 million. 4:00 p.m. ET, NetApp, NTAP, is expected to report adjusted earnings of 41 cents per share on revenue of $1.15 billion. 4:15 p.m. ET, Williams-Sonoma, WSM, is expected to report adjusted earnings of $1.01 per share on revenue of $1.47 billion. Top news. Hurricane Laura, oil near 5-month high as U.S. producers brace for storm, Yahoo Finance UK. U.S. charges Teva in generic drugs price-fixing probe, Reuters. Palantir files for NYSE direct listing with tech IPO surging, Reuters. What you need to know about Unicorn Ant Financial, potentially the largest IPO in history, Yahoo Finance. Yahoo Finance highlights. The American mall experience is evolving before our eyes, here's a virtual sneak peek. Underdog, Trump regains momentum, chips away at Biden's chances with RNC underway. A double dip, recession looms large, here's what this economist predicts. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, Smart News, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Reddit. Find live stock market quotes and the latest business and finance news. For tutorials and information on investing and trading stocks, check out Cache. Article 167 of 184. Ago. Woman, 2020, a female. On August 21, at about 6:30 a.m., the California Highway Patrol received a report of a crash involving a black 2017 Honda Civic and a tractor-trailer on the Interstate 15 just south of Bear Valley Road. The Honda Civic, driven by a woman, northbound along the interstate, reportedly rear-ended the truck for reasons still under investigation. Victorville car and truck accident on Interstate 15. The unidentified Honda operator was hospitalized with unspecified injuries following the wreck. There were no other injuries reported in the accident. Meanwhile, officials said speed was a factor in the mishap. The CHP is still investigating to determine the cause of the accident. If you would like a free copy of the police report, please contact Pacific Attorney Group. Click to call 866-803-6502. Article 168 of 184. Colin Kaepernick just suffered a significant blow to his NFL hopes sportscasting yesterday. It has been nearly 4 years since Colin Kaepernick played his last NFL game. However, that hasn't wavered Kaepernick's desire to get back into the league to play football at the highest level. There just hasn't been any notable push to allow him to compete for an NFL roster spot. With that in mind, those aspirations have just taken another notable hit. Colin Kaepernick wants to continue NFL career. The journey back to the NFL has featured plenty of bumps along the way for Colin Kaepernick. The narrative around his decision to kneel during the national anthem has created a perceived distraction that has kept teams away. It hasn't been due to his talent, but rather all the other things that come with him off the field. Throughout it all, Kaepernick has continued to voice his desire to play again in the NFL. That saw a recent uptick in the outside push to see him garner an opportunity to get back into the league due to the recent outcry for social change. Several NFL head coaches such as Anthony Lynn, Mike Tomlin, and Doug Peterson all voiced that Kaepernick should earn a workout. However, nothing has come about since then, and his hopes to possibly play in the 2020 season just took another major blow. NFL teams have no interest in Colin Kaepernick. In the time that has passed since the 2016 season, there hasn't been any notable movement toward Colin Kaepernick getting another shot in the NFL. Instead, there remains hesitation even after Commissioner Roger Goodell publicly pushed for teams to bring Kaepernick in for a tryout. According to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, the 32-year-old hasn't garnered any interest in the 2 months that have followed the strong comments from the head coaches. More than 2 months later, it hasn't. Per a source with knowledge of the situation, Kaepernick has drawn no interest. Florio also pointed out there could be some chatter behind the scenes, but from what he's gathered, there hasn't been any movement. That alone shows that NFL teams are still holding back from even the thought of bringing him in for a workout. He possesses the talent to be on an NFL roster, but it's the other things around him that seemingly pushes organizations away. Will his opportunity come? The door is wide open for any NFL team to decide to host a workout with Colin Kaepernick. It has been repeatedly made clear that Kaepernick still wants to extend his professional football career. His numerous workout videos and much publicized individual workout from late last year made that notion quite evident. It has been merely the reluctance from teams to provide him that opportunity. There are several spots around the league where he could land and quickly factor into the competition for the starting job. Kaepernick has been overlooked on many occasions where he was more than qualified to earn a workout to help fill a team's quarterback need. There have been progressive steps forward taken with the league embracing the push for social change. Nevertheless, it's the lack of comfort with Kaepernick getting another shot to play that remains in the outskirts. All it takes is for one team to commit to a workout, but there is no clarity on if or when that scenario could come to fruition. Until then, Kaepernick stays focused on being ready for when that opportunity arrives to prove himself worthy of a roster spot. Article 169 of 184. Missing Fort Hood soldier's body found hanging in tree, family lawyer says CBS News 7 hours ago. Austin, Texas, the body of a missing soldier is believed to have been found about 30 miles from Fort Hood, the Army base in Texas where he was stationed, police said Tuesday. Identification found with the body in Temple, Texas, indicates the man may be missing Fort Hood soldier Sergeant Elder Fernandez, according to a statement from local police. Forensic confirmation is pending. Fernandez is the third soldier from Fort Hood to go missing in the past year, and 2 have been found dead this summer. Temple police received a medical call at 5:36 p.m. saying a male had been seen near some railroad tracks, according to the statement. When officers arrived, they determined the man was dead. Foul play is not suspected, police said, but the...
John, I think it's kind of a trade-off. I usually take 50, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's faster. Now, I should be taking, you're talking about 54 to K61 to 50 across over to Emporia from there. Yeah, I usually take K61 up to 50 from Pratt. And the only reason I do it is so I don't have to deal with Wichita half the time. Now, if I can go through Wichita to maybe later, like during off-peak time or something, might be a little more willing to go that way, but with all the construction they had going on over there, I just generally avoided going that way. Okay, I've done about 57 miles out of the 125 or so that there are between Bakersfield and Victorville. So it should be just inside 70 miles out. Miles an hour, that gives me a 26-minute
No doubt about it, Maverick 233, Southern Cal, standing by.
Give me a call or something. Maybe it'll be easier to discuss this. Coming down from, you're coming down from Waterloo. Waka waka. You already stopped in Imperial? Emporia, whatever. Okay, so you're pondering whether to take 50, all the way across over to I-25 oh, versus taking 35 down to Wichita and then 54 across. Yeah, I intend to like taking 50 over to Hutchinson and then K61 down to Pratt and then 54 the rest of the way down. Which one? Oh, yeah, nah, you don't want to go down over to Dodge City. Unless you take 50 all the way across into Boise City and then work your way across the I-25 in New Mexico. That's about this year. Contemplating doing a 34 in Emporia. How far is it from Emporia to Carson? Okay. Wait, you're killing me. Uh, yeah, make me start counting up the miles. So just 31, all right. It's 148 divided by 6. That is 2. Let's see. 28. That's 24. So let's say about 25 hours total. 45. You're in Emporia already, or you're going to? Oh, okay. So within the next 2 hours, probably more like an hour and a half. So 1800. It's 18 plus 45. That is 55, 63, and 48. What's that? 1500 on Monday. When is it due in Carson? If you add an entire day to that, that'd push you into Tuesday afternoon for arrival in Carson. But Might need to. Oh, and then no, I also got the 10-hour break that you're gonna take in Emporia too. So 25. That's still about 1 a.m. on Wednesday. You can do it. Yeah. Yeah, probably wouldn't be too good. Well, Lexington, I can handle doing a 34 at. Yeah, right. I know. I noticed in Tucumcari, like for me at nighttime, it sucks. But then the middle of the night, early morning, yeah, like I sometimes will go on and then it seems like it's working fine. But yeah, the afternoon and evening, forget it. Yeah, just you can forget about getting any kind of data service there. Yeah, yeah, the bastards and stuff. Yes. Hey, and I'll have run almost 500 miles a day too by the time I get there. Damn the luck. Second 34 in 3 weeks. Oh, okay. Well, that's not a bad thing. It's not, well, especially if you get down to like less than 5 hours left on your 70 by the time you're doing them. Oh, that's right. You don't. Yeah, you don't want to run that many, do you? You can do it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna relax at home tonight. I was just there this morning. Shit, I'm doing day cab shit until tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta rub it in. As much as you guys keep giving me shit, you ready to jump to an automatic? Jesse's always trying to give me a hard time about doing that. Yeah, but then yep, down to 61,000 left on it. $8 grand or more. I'm there already, dude. Yeah, that's true. And then factor in all that on top of the cost of the new truck versus put this on to the cost of the truck I'm already in, and then just not having those extra maintenance costs come out. I think it's still more cost advantageous, at least to me, to stay in this truck. Huh. And they still charged you. Wow. Yeah, that's not right. Shit, speaking of tires, I gotta replace my right rear drive tire soon. Is he silver all the way around? Yeah, it's a little bit of a problem. Yeah, like with mine, I don't have any steel showing, but it's definitely getting down there where I'm gonna start watching it with the tread depth gauge, and it probably already is there where I need to replace it. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, the wear indicators. Yeah, yeah, they're not always in the right in the spots where the area of concern is, though. But yeah, I figured tomorrow I'll probably maybe run to I don't know, either Gallup or Milan and see. Yeah, I usually prefer Gallup. I don't not a well, I don't really care for either, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't think I can get to a good spot where I mean, well, I could run all the way to like Dancing Eagle Travel Plaza or maybe even Route 66, but then I can't get my tires worked on there. And I don't. I want to do my tire change when I'm at a truck stop on my 10-hour break, preferably. And I don't know that I can make it to Love's. Uh, uh, Good question. I don't know. I mean, I know I can reach the Loves in Milan, no problem. But the Loves in Albuquerque is the one I'm more interested in. They do have a shop, I know for sure. But yeah, 'cause I don't want to have to show up at a truck stop later in the day because of getting a tire replaced. So I figured I'll just run a shift and then get the tire times they'll want me. 'Cause my first drop is in Denton, Texas, but that's not due until the second. So I figured I'll probably end up hopefully getting a drop in the Fort Worth yard anyway. Well, we can, yeah, that's what we can do. What's that? Yeah, Aldi, and then follow up and the Aldi and Rosenberg. Yeah, it's not bad. I usually go over to the pilot over there on Highway 59 to hang out, and then I'll just PC back over to Aldi when I'm ready. Now, weren't you were just in Rosenberg, weren't you? Like not even a week ago or something like that? Okay. It didn't seem like it was that long ago, right? Right? I'm often the same way. Oh, today's Saturday. I didn't know that. I was like, oh, nice. Yeah, it's the other because you said it was at 33. So every fifth, yeah, your difference. Every hole you move is 375 pounds off of one axle and onto the other, or 750-pound change to the difference between the axles. And then every foot is 1,500 feet, 1,500 pounds. So right at 3,000-pound difference like that, yeah, I would slide right at 2 feet. 3 holes? Okay, that's a foot and a half then. But okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's still a little tail heavy, but it's well within limit now on the tandems. Brilliant. Oh, so what? I heard this Love's over here on Highway 58's open now. Yeah, I didn't even pay attention this morning when I went by there, but I'll have to remember to look over there. I kind of wondered if maybe it wasn't actually open yet, because like it didn't really stand out as like I didn't see the lights from it, or I didn't notice or pay attention to them. Uh, so, uh, then I finally got a taste of what that Ralph's in Compton is like. So I always hear everybody, I hate backing in there. It's like the freaking tightest place ever. It's damn tight, but I mean, well, I got lucky though, because they gave me dock door 332, and I went through gate one, and then of course, I had to go around over to the north side of the building that I was checking in by, and then I get over there. There's a truck 2 spots over from mine, I think in 334 or whatever it is, and then 331 and 333 were both vacant. Like, cha-ching, yeah. right? Yeah, I saw reviews and people are all talking about how it's always helpful. Like if somebody, like if the person in the door to your left, if they'll disconnect from their trailer and move out of the way so you can dock in, it's a lot easier. But I noticed it is possible to get in even without people disconnecting because when I was leaving, I was behind one of the Ralph's trucks and then we were both stuck waiting on a guy trying to back into a door there on the 400 wing and yeah, and I noticed that when he did get in there, both the tractors on both sides of his door were still hooked up. Yep, exactly. To turn back underneath the trailer. Oh, like you and you're chasing it back down? Yeah. I have different little techniques I use for stuff like that, but it depends on what situation. Like if I'm jammed up on the tractor end, I've got something across the lane, then I'll go ahead and get my trailer in as far as I can, or down, or at least toward the entrance of the spot as close as I can if it comes down to it. Like, say if I'm too much to the blind side and if I see the guy out there in his truck on the blind side spot, I'll even get out and warn him. Hey, I'm set up like shit. I'm just gonna get my trailer near you, but I'm not gonna run into you. Don't worry about it. I know you're gonna be worried, but I know exactly what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to put it in my spot. I just need my tandems closer to the spot. And by getting them closer to the spot, I need back of my trailer closer to the front of you. And then I'll do like a 3-point serpentine move forward, and then that usually shifts my setup to the more toward my spot. And no, so I kind of what's up? Right. I remember one time when I was a trainer on the OTR side of England. I think I had one of my trainees do a U-turn style backing because it was just the more practical way to get into the spot that we were in because we were approaching it from the blind side and there was room to do a U-turn. So I told the trainee, just do a U-turn setup here. And and of course U-turn setups are fucking easy as hell to do if you know what you're doing. I mean, if you know the exact time of what exactly you're looking for, which is simple. You just got to know the little things you're looking for, and which isn't that much. And it's a super easy setup. And it was so easy that a lot of whenever trainees, whenever I teach them that one, like, oh, this setup is so fucking awesome. I love it. They would freaking look forward to doing that kind of setup every time just because it was so easy. But nobody knows how to do it. That's what's funny. So anyway, this trainee I had goes and does U-turn setup, and I kind of walked him through it. I don't know if he'd done a U-turn setup at that time. It's been a while, but yeah. And then someone else, I think a night driver or whatever, somebody in another truck started talking shit on the radio about like how we're trying to show off or some shit. I'm like, huh? No, it's just learn how to do things the easy and smart way, not make it harder for yourself to get into a spot. Why would I go all the way down the lane and do a U-turn and come back and set up for it sight side when I can just fucking set up for it U-turn style right in front of my spot, starting from the blind side and turn it into a sight side? It's a hell of a lot easier. So just because you don't pay attention to yard dogs and day cabbers doesn't mean that I can't. Just, yeah. Yeah, that was something I got taught by somebody a while back. Is when the lot's starting to get a little more on the full side, you just go for the closest spot. The first spot you find available, just take it. Yeah, yeah. I guess it depends on the lot, what's going on. Like, um, yeah, that makes sense. So you're talking about when you're dropping your empty at Tyson and Waterloo? Okay, yeah, yeah. So everybody was able to. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like for my truck stop though, it's a little bit different because since you're gonna be staying under the trailer, yeah. Sometimes I pick a spot because there's a certain reason why I like a spot, regardless of whether others are available. It's like, yeah, I- yeah. For me, like when I'm at the flying J in Amarillo, I always like parking in, trying to get in those spots that are right in front of that lane that comes out of the fuel aisle and goes toward the exit row. I like to park in that exit row and facing right at that lane. So it's straight back, so I know people parking nearby can get in and out easily, and I can get out. Well, then again, I always every time I leave there, it's usually somebody parked along the curb there in front of me, and I have to go straight ahead over to the fuel island and then do a U-turn in front of the fuel island to come back out. But so, oh, okay, the Love's is not open yet. It says open soon. Yeah, and it is Carl's Jr. I'm not passing by it yet, but I see the sign up ahead. Let's see. I still see sand in several spots over there, but the lot looks completely built overall. Building looks mostly done. Yeah, they still have some dumpsters out there, like a dumpster by the four-wheeler fuel island and dumpster by the truck fuel island. See some gravel. Like, what, are they getting? They got more paving they're gonna do or something, or looks mostly done. It's paved and everything. The both buildings are built and everything. So I think before they open it. Oh, so true. Yeah. You know, I found somebody posted recently. What is it? I think Little America Travel Center or somewhere. They're actually starting to boot and fine trucks $200 if they're in the fuel island and not using it to get fuel. Yeah. There's just nowhere to park and yeah, I tell them I'd all huddled up over in the front corner. Yeah. Yeah, and then just one exit away, you got the McDonald's lot that there's usually plenty of room there for more trucks. Oh, well, then again, that lot usually has craters. It's funny, I met up with John Kelly over there once, and when I showed up, I'm like, what the hell's underneath this truck? Because I could tell when I think I was coming into the lot, and I saw his truck, and I saw there was something underneath his, the bottom of the front end of his truck. I go circle around and then park by him, and then like he comes out and we're like, "What the?" I'm asking, "What the hell's underneath your truck?" And then we take a look, and there's a fucking tire, like an entire tire, not one of his, but someone left a trash tire or whatever in one of those craters. And when he drove over the top of the crater when he got there that night, um, I guess the tire was sticking up enough where it caught I got caught underneath, and he dragged it from the crater all the way up to where he parked it. I was, I was laughing. I ended up having to spot him and get him down, and then hey, yeah, see if there's a no cross the freeway over to where McDonald's is at, or even where Walmart is. I don't care. I try to stay away from that Flying J though. Even just to get fuel, it's always a freaking zoo in that fuel island. Oh, I got my yeah. I got my exit coming up here for Kramer Junction. I got 59 minutes left, so definitely we'll make it home. Yeah, now I when I make it off the freeway, there'll probably be a train coming that'll slow me down and put me in doubt. Nah, at this point, it doesn't matter anyways. Even if I do about run out of clock there, I can always go into PC to get to safe haven. What? Not supposed to do that? Well, I know they'll say it's poor trip planning, but it's hey, I was trying there. I thought that's not true. For game. How likely am I gonna need? Yeah, that makes sense. So freaking might don't give that choo-choo train that might be coming a chance to make these gates drop. I don't see anything coming anyway. Yeah. I'm talking about on the old when before they did the redesign. Yeah, or you can like over in Boron, get off over there in Boron at the. I think it's the same. Is it the same exit or the 20 Mule Team Road exit? I think whatever. Or is it the Boron exit? I forget. One of those. 'Cause I just did it the other like a few months ago when they actually had a section of 58. The new section of 58 closed. And they had us all, yeah, they had us all getting off at in Boron and then going down like right past Domingo's restaurant and all that, and then that ran right back into Old 58. Oh, I think I know the road you're talking about, and I saw people trying to use it when I had to take that detour route. That was because they had some kind of construction going on, and I remember I watched who was it, like a Prime or somebody turn onto that road that turned into a dirt road. I'm like, what the hell are you going that way for? You just go straight ahead and then hang a right on the street that I came off of, and they'll take you right back to 58. Ah, ouch. Oh. You know, you kind of reminded me of I had a pickup to do in Logansport I don't know, a few months back, several months ago, whatever it was, and I ended up stopping over there in the what was that the is that the pilot over there? What was that, Russellville or Russ? What's that town called? Remington or the one on I-65 directly west of Logansport? Yeah, I want to say it's something like that too. So I was at the pilot there, and then I was gonna finish deadheading over there after my break, and as I'm going across whatever that highway, U.S. highway is. Whatever, sure. Oh, to get over to that, what's that one town? There's a set of railroad tracks that goes north and south along another U.S. highway. I forget the highway number though. And I get over there, and and I'm like, everybody, I see people hanging out there waiting. So like, what the hell's going on here? I get out of my truck and walk over, so I could see around the backside of the buildings and see that there's not a train in sight. And then I see all these other the gate crossings everywhere in the area. They were all doing the same thing. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I ended up doing a 3-point turn. Basically, went into the side street right there before the train tracks, backed myself back out, and then got myself turned around back onto that north-south highway, and I ended up going north up to some other like state road and took that across and over to what's that US 31? Was it 31 or 35 or what's that US highway there? Yeah, I'm kind of thinking 31 also. Yeah, I had to go through some little towns and shit and across that highway to get over there to where I could get back onto 31. The malfunctions were happening first, and it was like everything in a particular area I couldn't figure out. Like, I'm not gonna sit here for several hours waiting for someone to show up. Oh, the gates there got stuck. Huh. Okay. Right. Yeah. For and the tracks right there, they were stuck down, but that was another case where there's no train coming, and that one was a malfunction because of the weather. There was some hellacious rain going on there, and I think the rain caused it to malfunction. But I got lucky there because I ended up what's that 87? Yeah, I went down 87 and then made a right back onto that same street that that 54 also is down there. That gate was okay. So that hey, if you guys are trying to go by, then just go down 87 and hang a right onto that street, and you can get by. So I ended up making that turn, and yeah. Man. Yeah, actually about made a little mistake this today when I was leaving my second shipper. Um, I got past the roundabout there to start heading south toward, you know, work my way down toward Highway 99, and there was an intersection there, that a lighted intersection, but there was a car already up between the train tracks and the limit line, and I didn't realize I wasn't gonna fit between the back of that car and the train tracks until it was already too late.
infected, police said, but the investigation is ongoing. An autopsy has been ordered. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Fernandez family during this challenging time, Temple Police Chief Sean Reynolds said. Natalie Cowham, who is representing the Fernandez family, said Army police told family members about the discovery late Tuesday night. She said the body was found hanging in a tree. Fernand's backpack was with him, Cowham said, and police found the 23-year-old man's driver's license inside. Fernandez was reported missing by Killeen and U.S. Army police on Fort Hood said in a statement over the weekend that Fernandez had transferred units after reporting sexual. The Army and the Fernandez family, from Massachusetts, had asked the public for help in finding the missing soldier. I am saddened that another soldier who served the country has been destroyed by sexual assault and sexual harassment and this toxic culture in the military that exists, said Cowham, who is also representing the family of Vanessa Guillen, another Fort Hood soldier who went missing and who was found dead. The Army said a fellow soldier killed her. U.S. Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy said in a visit to Fort Hood earlier this month that the Central Texas base had some of the highest numbers of sexual assault, harassment and murder. He ordered an independent probe of Fort Hood in July, after authorities said Guillen was slain. Article 170 of 184. 57-year-old blind man stabbed, suspect arrested for attempted murder. BBNG.com 7 hours ago. Victorville, Caleb. BBNG.com, Anthony Bray of Victorville was arrested for attempted murder in Victorville. According to a sheriff's news release, an anonymous caller told Sheriff's Dispatch 2 males could be heard yelling and crying inside a trailer at the Desert Breeze Mobile Home Park. Upon arrival, Deputy T. Wetzel could hear a male yelling inside the trailer. The deputy went inside and discovered Anthony Bray was in a bedroom and refused to come out. Additional deputies arrived and entry into the room was made, officials said. The suspect was armed with a knife and had a significant amount of blood on his body. The suspect refused to put the knife down and continued to stab himself. One round was deployed from a sting ball gun and deputies were able to take the suspect into custody. Once the suspect was detained, deputies discovered the victim in a corner of the room. The victim had been stabbed several times in the upper torso. He told deputies the suspect had held a knife to his throat and threatened to kill him prior to stabbing him, stated the news release. During the investigation, deputies learned the suspect's mother had possibly been acting as a caregiver to the victim, who is blind. The victim had been allowing the suspect to stay at the home with his mother over the last few days. It is unknown what led to the stabbing. The victim was flown to a nearby trauma center for treatment and was said to be in stable condition. The suspect was flown to another nearby trauma center, where he underwent surgery. His current condition is not known, but he is expected to survive. The suspect is expected to be booked on attempted murder charges once released from the hospital. Anyone with information about this investigation is asked to contact Deputy T. Wetzel at the Victorville Police Department at opening parenthesis 760 closing parenthesis 241-2911 or Sheriff's Dispatch at opening parenthesis 760 closing parenthesis 956-5001. Callers wishing to remain anonymous are urged to call the WeTip hotline at 1-800-78-PRIME, 27463, or you may leave information on the WeTip website at. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 171 of 184. There are now 3 known cases of patients contracting COVID-19 twice. Salon 6H. Follow. There are now 3 known cases around the world of patients who had been previously afflicted by COVID-19 who contracted the virus a second time, months after clearing the first infection. While the idea that coronavirus could infect the body multiple times is alarming, scientists caution that there is not yet any cause for alarm and that such cases are rare. The first verified case was reported on Monday from Hong Kong, where researchers say that a 33-year-old man who had first been infected with SARS-CoV-2 in late March seems to have been reinfected with the virus earlier this month while traveling through Europe. The Hong Kong scientists claim that they have determined through genetic sequencing that the second infection was a different strain than the first, although they have not yet released the full study to provide researchers with a complete picture of the patient's medical status. One day later, because the Dutch patient was elderly and had a weakened immune system, it is possible that their age played a role in why the apparent reinfection happened. Experts who spoke with Salon agree that these developments merely underscore our lack of understanding of the novel coronavirus. Dr. Isel Medford, chairman of the Center for Global Health Innovation and Global Health Crisis Coordination Center, told Salon that the news about the 3 reinfected, or potentially reinfected, patients does not necessarily indicate that the novel coronavirus is somehow anomalous when compared to other viruses. Our understanding of the interaction of the SARS-CoV-2 virus with the human immune system is at a very early stage, Medford explained by email. From the genetic data reported for the Hong Kong patient, we can now say that the SARS-CoV-2 virus can reinfect an individual who has recovered from a prior infection. In and of itself, this is not a surprising nor alarming finding, as reinfection in humans does occur with other viruses such as the non-SARS coronaviruses, influenza and human papillomavirus. He added, what we must learn from additional studies include whether this is a very rare or common occurrence in people infected with SARS-CoV-2. Medford said the next step for researchers was to ascertain whether the first infection confers some protection against a more severe reinfection, and how these findings relate to our understanding of the immune response. Such knowledge could affect vaccine research, Medford explained. Dr. Georges Benjamin, Executive Director of the American Public Health Association (APHA) and former Secretary of Health in Maryland, told Salon by email that one of the most important takeaways from these potential reinfections is that they reveal just how little we know about the novel coronavirus. This tells us that the immune relationship between humans and this virus is still poorly understood, Benjamin explained. What we do know is the human immune response to infection has a wide spectrum, which includes resistance to infection, kids who get infected but not sick, people that get sick and recover, people that get sick then recover and then get very, very sick. The recurrence of disease is represented in this single case, and evidence that vaccination will yield partial or full protection. He added that there is still a very high chance of developing a vaccine based on what we know today, but the big question is around how many initial doses we will need and how often we will need to be vaccinated. I am, of course, assuming a safe and effective vaccine emerges. Article 172 of 184. Driver killed in single vehicle crash on Del Norte DR in Victorville, BBNG.com 5 hours ago. Victorville, Caleb. BBNG.com, authorities are investigating a fatal single-vehicle traffic accident in a residential neighborhood. It happened just before 1:00 p.m. on August 26, 2020, in the 16,200 block of Del Norte Drive and involved a black Ford Mustang. Sheriff spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez said the male was the only occupant of the car and he was pronounced deceased at the scene. Claudia Flores said her son was walking around the block when he was almost hit by the speeding Mustang. According to Flores, the vehicle never stopped as it slammed into the block wall. Rodriguez said 2 residents were inside the home when the crash occurred and no other injuries were reported. The identity of the deceased driver will be released by the San Bernardino County Coroner's Office pending notification of next of kin. Additional information will be updated as it becomes available. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 173 of 184. Water truck exiting D Street in Victorville overturns and lands on train tracks, BBNG.com, yesterday. Victorville, Caleb. BBNG.com, a water truck exiting from the northbound I-15 freeway in Victorville overturned and landed on the train tracks.
That intersection today,
It happened at about 12:43 p.m. on Wednesday, August 26, 2020, at the D Street off-ramp. For reasons still under investigation, the water truck was unable to stop as it exited the off-ramp and slammed into at least one other vehicle before crashing over a concrete barricade and landing on the train tracks as a train was approaching. The conductor of the BNSF train was able to stop just in time and avoided crashing into the overturned truck with the driver still trapped inside. BPNG members Layla Cruz said her boyfriend witnessed the crash and heard the driver of the truck shouting, my brakes," and was honking the horn to warn others. He was the first one on the scene and tried to help the guy out, but his leg is stuck under the semi, stated Cruz. According to Cruz, 2 young adults inside the sedan were badly injured. Firefighters from Victorville City Fire and Apple Valley Fire responded to the scene and assisted with extricating the driver of the water truck. Firefighters requested 2 helicopters to land at the scene and airlift the injured to out-of-area trauma centers. At approximately 2:00 p.m. the second helicopter, Reach 13, landed at the scene and airlifted the driver of the truck. D Street is currently closed between 2nd Street and the I-15 as officials work to investigate and clear the accident. Additional information will be updated. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 174 of 184. California cop fired, charged with assault and looting during George Floyd protest East Bay Times 4 hours ago. A sheriff's deputy suspected of assaulting an alleged looter and stealing from the San Bernardino business he was dispatched to protect faces felony and misdemeanor charges and has been fired from the department, officials said Wednesday. Prosecutors charged Erdem Gorgulu, 46, of Redlands, August 26, on suspicion of assault under color of authority and assault with a deadly weapon, both felonies, San Bernardino County District Attorney's officials said in a statement. He is also accused of misdemeanor counts of filing a false police report and looting. The defendant had been dispatched in the wake of civil unrest to investigate reports of looting at Big 5 Sporting Goods, 2150 East Highland AVE, about 2 a.m. on June 1, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department officials said in a news release. His partner reported that he used San Bernardino Authorities later found reason to believe Gorgulu may have taken merchandise from the business that was looted, and later discovered stolen items in his vehicle, sheriff's officials said. He was placed on administrative leave June 3, and then fired on August 24. He had been a deputy for over 11 years. The criminal acts committed by Gorgulu while serving in his capacity as a deputy sheriff are inexcusable, and undermine all the good, valuable work deputies do every day, San Bernardino County Sheriff John McMahon said in a statement. 84. Former McDonald's employee claims McFlurry machines were rarely, ever broken, just too hard to operate, Fox News, yesterday. A woman claiming to be a former McDonald's employee recently uploaded a video to TikTok alleging that restaurant workers do in fact lie about the McFlurry machines being out of service. Here are some secrets I
Carl, is that shitter full?
Began Desi Joseph, who reportedly worked at the Golden Arches between 2013 and 2014. First one, the ice cream machine is actually rarely broken. At least at my location. We just didn't want to change those heavy bags of shake mix. Joseph's video has garnered more than 5.3 million likes on TikTok. As to why some employees choose to bend the truth on the status of the ice cream machines, Joseph told Insider the process for refilling the machine was an involved one. When you're switching the mix, it takes these 5-pound bags and you have to climb up on a ladder, it's super cumbersome. And it takes 15 to 20 minutes for the machine to freeze it, she explained to the news outlet. Whether or not Joseph's allegations are true remains to be seen, as McDonald's USA did not directly address her claims in response to Fox News' request for comment on its protocol for ice cream machines. McDonald's remains committed to providing a restaurant experience that our customers expect, and that includes being able to purchase the sweet treats they enjoy from our dessert menu, a spokesperson from McDonald's wrote to Fox News via email. McDonald's and our franchisees are constantly working together on improving and enhancing the restaurant experience so that customers can enjoy McDonald's food where and when they want it. However, the chain's out-of-service machines have been the subject of much frustration over the years. In 2017, someone took it upon themselves to create an app that tells users when the machine at a particular McDonald's is broken. And earlier this year, some McDonald's franchises teamed up with a company called Kitch to install technology that can detect and even correct minor malfunctions. McDonald's also reportedly upgraded its McFlurry machines 3 years after Joseph reportedly worked at the multi-billion-dollar fast food company. In recent weeks, restaurant workers at national chains have been uploading videos to TikTok that share alleged company secrets. For instance, one 19-year-old Chick-fil-A employee shared money-saving tips for customers who want to hack the Chicken Spots menu, and even claimed she later got fired for it. A Krispy Kreme employee also recently documented what happens when you run the company's signature donut through its glaze machine 25 times, although he wasn't fired for it, rather, he claimed his manager understood that it needed to be done. This article has been updated with commentary from McDonald's USA. Article 176 of 184. Victorville man charged with murder of teenage daughter after motorcycle crash. Victorville Daily Press, yesterday. Authorities on Thursday afternoon arrested a 39-year-old Victorville man on suspicion of murder, nearly 4 months after the death of his daughter, a local high school student who was set to graduate in May. Dale Lee Madole was taken into custody at his home at 2:28 p.m., booking records show. His arrest came 1 day after prosecutors charged him with murder and gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated in connection to an April motorcycle crash. Madole is scheduled to appear in a Victorville courtroom Monday for an arraignment. It was not immediately clear Thursday whether he had secured legal representation for the case. San Bernardino County Sheriff's officials allege Madole was driving a black Harley-Davidson under the influence with a blood alcohol content over 0.08% on Bear Valley Road on April 28. His daughter, 17-year-old Kristen Madole, was a passenger on the Harley. Shortly before 3 p.m., the eastbound motorcycle crashed into the back of a van. The impact of the collision ejected Kristen and the motorcycle landed on her, according to sheriff's officials. She was pronounced dead at the scene, between Mariposa Road and Cottonwood Avenue. Madole, meanwhile, was taken to Loma Linda University Medical Center with major injuries. Tristan's brother, Austin Foe, told the Daily Press in April that she was sweet, loving and had the best smile. A Silverado High School senior, Tristan died a day before educators there handed out caps and gowns to the class of 2020. At the time, Principal Heather Conkle said the students and staff were devastated. She was very special to many people, Conkle said. Folks were struggling to understand this loss in the midst of everything else the school is currently experiencing. As a school, we're going to do our very best to support them in any way necessary and available. Madole is being held without bail at the West Valley Detention Center in Rancho Cucamonga. Daily Press reporter Jose Quintero may be reached at 760-951-6. Article 177 of 184. Mysterious bullet plane is finally revealed. KESQ 8 hours.
I'm going right next to
This
there.
first started 3
See
years ago.
that?
Shaped plane is spotted at the Southern California Logistics Airport near Victorville in April 2017.
That airport is
Its
right here
unusual
next to
design
me.
prompted immediate speculation, with military website The War Zone being the first to report that the aircraft was the work of California-based Auto Aviation, and that development was very much under wraps. Now, in the late summer of the strangest year in aviation history, the Solera 500L has finally been revealed to the world, with the launch of a new website and a bunch of very cool new photos. What we're looking at is a 6-person private craft that promises to fly at jet speeds but with 8 times lower fuel consumption, and a range that's twice full. Test flights have so far been performed, with aerodynamic efficiency proven in 2019, bolstering its declaration that the Solera 500L is the most fuel-efficient, commercially viable aircraft in existence. The company, founded in 2008 and an offshoot of Villautos Auto Laboratories, says that the Solera 500L runs at 18 to 25 miles per gallon fuel economy compared to 2 to 3 miles, generous 4,500 nautical mile range. Maximum cruise speed is projected to reach more than 460 miles per hour. Our goal has always been to create a safe and private aircraft that would allow for direct in the U.S. such that the Solera 500L would be able to service nearly every city pairing in the United States without refueling. The reason its aircraft can do all this, says Auto Aviation, is down to little to no mixing of adjacent layers. What the Solera 500L lacks in generous feature windows, it makes up for with a fuselage that takes advantage of an optimum length-to-width ratio to maximize laminar flow. Laminar shapes are also used for the wings and tail sections. Inside, the cabin lacks natural light but is still spacious enough within 6 foot 2, 1.88 meters, height and 6 first-class equivalent seats with customizable configuration. With its aerodynamic airframe meaning it requires a lot less horsepower to achieve takeoff and cruise speeds, the Solera 500L is powered by the Red AO3 engine. It has a liquid-cooled V12, twin 6-cylinder bank and, says Auto Aviation, offers best-in-class efficiency. It's certified to operate on Jet A1 and biodiesel. Auto Aviation has completed its first funding rounds in those successful test flights, but they still need to begin the FAA certification process, find a location for a manufacturing facility and create an initial order book. All amidst an industry which has been decimated by a pandemic which has been keeping people in their homes and out of the air. Launching amid the current aviation landscape has only bolstered what we aim to provide with the Solera 500L, declares Otto to CNN
Yeah,
Travel.
I'm not a big fan
We
of the way it
believe that
looks
when
either.
the price of private air travel is competitive with commercial air travel, an enormous market opportunity will result. If the air taxi market becomes more commercially viable and more affordable, it's easy to see how it could be attractive to the consumer.
Route 66 now.
Of course, we didn't anticipate COVID-19, says Otto, but there are enhanced market opportunities in being able to afford to fly with only those you choose to.
Yeah, not a
Being
big
able
fan
to
of trying
avoid
to make
crowded
that
airports
turn
and
on
lines is
Niagara
another big
Road from
benefit.
here at this time of day,
In
though.
many cases, individuals and families will be able to charter the Solera 500L at prices comparable to commercial airfares but with the convenience of private aviation. Solera XL could have another application as a cargo plane. E-commerce is one of the big winners of the pandemic, and with consumers valuing next-day or even same-day delivery, the neat and economical Solera 500L could help facilitate this by flying more direct routes into regional airports. The company also has visions for the Solera 1000L, which is the Solera 500L scaled up 20% while maintaining its laminar flow. This means close to doubling cabin size, allowing more passengers or more freight. If FAA certification and finding a manufacturing facility goes to plan, we could see the first commercial deliveries of the Solera 500L by 2025. If air taxis become a reality in the post-COVID era, there are other rivals to the Solera 500L we might one day see in our skies. Pre-pandemic, Paris announced that it was working with Airbus to introduce flying taxis to the city in time for the 2024 Olympics. Boston-based Transcend Air is also working on competitively priced city-to-city trips in 6-person planes, again with a pre-pandemic launch date of 2024. And in January this year, Uber and Hyundai revealed they are working on a 4-seater electric flying vehicle that can be summoned by app. At that time, the prototype was scheduled to be ready in 2023.
Normally I like to go
Article
straight ahead,
178
but
of 184. California looks to reopen again as coronavirus data improves Bay Insider signal.
I don't want to deal with trying to make that tight right turn at this time of day, though, so I'll go up to Nisqually Road. Just trying to make it look futuristic or something, but like, they don't have to necessarily look so futuristic. Down to 14 minutes left on my clock, and I'm sure those traffic lights on this Nisqually will probably run down most of that. going through basic training, and we had to go through part of our reading material was aircraft recognition. I remember seeing the 130 and thinking like, God, that thing looks kind of ugly. Why would I don't want to work on that thing. And then I end up getting assigned as I get an aircraft maintenance position, and then find out I end up getting a C-130 aircraft maintenance position, and like shit. I get there. I mean, I'm kind of mad because now I got to work on this ugly airplane. But then once I got to tech school up in Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls. Now, the first day in class, they were showing us all these badass things that a C-130 can do. Like take off and land on the USS Forrestal without resting gear or a catapult, or all the other just crazy different capabilities C-130 has. Gunship, special ops stuff, drone carrier, electronic combat, all this other kind of stuff. And like, holy shit, this is one badass airplane. It changed my perspective on that pretty quickly. Now 130 will put you to sleep in flight too pretty fast. Assisted takeoff. That's actually called JATO. Jet Assisted Takeoff. Air deflectors, they open up particularly for when they're doing troop drops. When troops jump out the side of the aircraft, they deflects the air so they're able to drop away from the aircraft before they start shooting backward and down their parachutes deploy and all that. That's called JATO, J-A-T-O. 11 minutes to go on the clock. What's up with this guy here? And I only do it because I know I can do this turn without interfering with the other lane, and because I have a left turn coming right after this. Russellville, Indiana. Okay. Yeah, the one I'm talking about is on along I-65, straight to the west of Logansport. Yeah, north of Indianapolis. Yeah, I think you were right, though. I think it's Remington that I was thinking of. Victorville. I'm almost to the house. break here at the house before I head out and toward New Mexico tomorrow. In Victorville. Damn you lights. I don't have like a shitload of time to work with here. I don't want the this clock running down to nothing on me before I can get over there. It shouldn't, but you never know. Just sent a container of candy to Excel, Victor. I just passed that. Over on Air Expressway, right, or off of Phantom West. That's where it was going to. Yeah, I just literally passed right by that warehouse about 10 minutes ago. Talking about over at the DHL supply chain building, right? Off of Phantom West. Yeah, I've done pickups there before. Got their truck parked by their house down there. Sets of lights. Yeah, Innovation Drive, yeah. That's over, I passed literally right behind that building about 10 minutes ago. That's off of Air Expressway, and then you gotta use Phantom West to get to Innovation Drive. Over by what used to be George Air Force Base. It's now known as Southern Cal Logistics Airport. Damn it, lights, come on. Quit being an ass. What is this thing? It's an interesting looking car. It's a nice looking car. What is it? I don't know shit about these classics. What is that car? Goddamn lights holding me up and making me run out of clock before I can get parked. waiting for? A different shade of green? Yay! I got 2 minutes left on my clock. Alright. And I did, when I got here the other day, I shut down with 1 minute left, so didn't quite match my performance from the other day. You know, when I swapped loads and I ended up shutting down here. Looks like a what's that? Toyota RAV4 Classic. Two Russian aircraft did an unsafe intercept of 2 B-52s. That happens all the time. What is hanging from this guy's truck? Oh, his front bumper. Looked like an old Chevy or Buick, just not sure the name. Yeah, it was a nice looking car. There's paint job on it. It had breathers and all that kind of. What's for dinner? You can go on the street. Yes, you can. I park here all the time when I'm home. Yeah, not a problem at all. As long as you're here in the industrial area, you're good to go. I'll wait on my wife to show up. Guess I should wrap up my stuff here too. Alright. Yes, 1 minute. Now I'm down to 1 minute left. Alright. Okay, so tomorrow, I guess we'll give you guys a little heads up. Yeah, I'm planning to run from here to Gallup tomorrow. I guess Kelly's on her way. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'll run from here to Gallup probably because I'm going to have to get a drive tire replaced while I'm on my next 10-hour break. And next 10-hour break, you know, the convenient place to do that is either in Gallup or Milan, New Mexico. But I don't know that the Loves in Milan has a tire shop, so I'll see. May go to Milan, but I'm thinking Gallup. First half of the shift, I might not stream because I'm going to have the sun in my face. And, you know, the phone runs really hot, so it's probably better to just, I don't know, maybe consider not streaming that first half of the shift. And then the second half, once the sun's a little bit more overhead or something, or closer to overhead, I'll probably stream that apart. So I'll probably be somewhere in Arizona when I start streaming tomorrow, and then I'll stream from there to Gallup for you guys. Alright, what's for dinner? I'm thinking, man, I got spaghetti on my mind. I don't know if, I gotta see if my wife will make it, but, enchiladas always sounds good, but her enchiladas fucked me up the other day. They were really good, but I get a lot of problems with gas buildup in my stomach that I can't get to, because the food won't go down into my intestines fast in a reasonable time, and it starts creating a lot of gas in my stomach, and or at least that's what I think is going on. It creates a lot of pain there, and Yeah, 'cause a lot of times I keep having to shift my position when I'm in the room in bed or whatever, because I can't get comfortable until I can eventually get enough of the gas out, belch it out basically. So I know Lisa and some other people are like, yeah, you belch a lot. I hate to see you farting because it's probably even worse. All right. Oh, I was like, why am I see YouTube chat coming up, but I wasn't seeing the Streamlabs chat scroll. So I'm like, what the hell's going on here? It's California. I'd expect 9 boots on your truck. No, don't have that problem here. I parked here in this exact same spot last night, and literally every time I'm here, when I have a trailer with me, I always park somewhere here on this street or on the street that Maricold is on. No problem at all here. Does JCT give you a 2-hour short haul exception for emergencies? Not really, because we're OTR, but they do give us up to 2 hours a day and a 24-hour period of personal convey time that we can do. Waiting to see when Kelly shows up. So, is Kelly on her way? I'm on the elliptical. Okay, final is Joliet. My namesake, New Mexico. That's my real name. Since when do I not make what you want? Sweet dinner in the evening. Catch you tomorrow. It's a quick way to get a frying pan upside the head. Poo-pooing wash. Right? I have random gigantic hiccups. Oh, thank God I don't have that problem. But I do have belch a lot, which is some fun, I guess. It's not fun when it hurts and you're just trying to get relief. Oh, you stupid chat! Really? The stupid ass chat had to take a dump right near the end of the stream. Why does that happen? Hang on, guys. I'm gonna buffer for just a few minutes or a second. Alright. Okay, I guess she's left, so I'm gonna go ahead and go offline. The only time I burp is drinking soda. Oh, yeah, drinking soda helps a lot for me. Wrapped up and be ready to go once Kelly gets here. Yeah, I'm sitting in the sun too. Put my shades back on. I put these on, but it's a little bit harder to read. Meesh, have a good night. No farting. Oh, come on. I gotta battle with my kids with the farting. I have to. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know, early afternoon, late morning, ish, depending on what time zone you're in. I'm guessing. So then it'll be late morning for me, but could be early afternoon for you guys. All right, toodaloo, nanu, nanu.